Hi, lovies. Okay, so I just wanted to start the live. I'm going to give it 2 minutes, let everyone get their notifications. You know the drill. I'm very excited about this live. Very excited about this live. I've never done like live. I mean, I'll channel like light language sometimes or do things, you know, but I've never like done these kinds of like sessions for you guys. So I'm really excited because it's my favorite kind of work to do. So just hang tight, you guys. We'll have the moderators in here today, helping out. Okay, cool. People are starting to get their notifications. So hi, Steph. Hi, Lovey. If you want to know, so far I have 8 people on the list. I opened the spaces for 15 spots because, you know, 2 years ago, if I was doing this kind of work on a live with you guys, I would probably take like 5 people. But I've learned how to master my craft and to work with the energy and to, I guess, harness it in the most productive ways. So, you know, practice makes perfect, even on a spiritual gift level. So anyways, so this is the list just real quick for, you know, whoever wants to know what number they are, what spot they're in. Number 1 is Julie W, last name starts with a W. So number 1 is Julie. That just reminded me I have Emily that I need to add to. Okay. So number 1 is beautiful Julie. Number 2 is very handsome Alex. Number 3 is Steph. Number 4 is Lauren. Number 5 is Johanna. 6 is Baldish. 7 Mayret. Merritt. Merritt. Sorry, Mayret. Merritt. Been mispronouncing your name since day 1. Oh, you sweet thing. I'm sorry. Number 8, Susan. Number 9, my beautiful Emily. So what I'm going to do for each of you guys today is I'm going to have the moderators, whoever's in here, just kind of help me out with this. I'll try to keep track with the time on my own, but what I want to do, because I want to focus on whatever when I tune in, whatever I'm called to. Okay, I mean, this is like a mini energy work session, so it's not, you know, I'm not going to be able to do all the things that I do, like, you know, like a one-on-one, like with this kind of work that I do. But like what spirit, like the reason why I was like, let's have them vote on this, because at the end of the day, it's what you guys desire. Honestly, you know, what you're feeling really like, I would really like this, or I'd really like that on a live. So that's why I was like, well, let's just throw it out there because this is what I'm feeling called to. And you guys were like, it was like not even close. It was like 87% versus 13%, you know, 87% like, yes, do these energy clearings, etc. And then the 13% was like, I'm good. Like, I'd rather have the general readings, which is cool too. So what I want to do is I want to give each person a 3 to 5 minute time slot. So I don't go over 5 minutes for each person, because you guys know my lives, that's what I always do. It's just, you know, so I end up channeling and being on for a lot longer than I need to be. So, which is no one's fault but my own, because I like talking and all the things. So, okay. So 3 to 5 minutes for each person. I'm going to be probably very business straight to the point, as far as going to each person, diving right in, because, you know, every second is you know, very valuable in this regard. So I'll probably do about 3 minutes of clearing, channeling, I don't know, light language, whatever comes through. It's going to be different for each of you guys, okay? It's not a one size fits all, because you guys are all different. And what you need is different, and what I tune into is going to be different, right? So, but to make it all like an even playing field, and to keep it, you know, good for me as far as timing, and for all of you guys, 3 minutes channeling, and the channeling as far as the healing. So I will be focusing it on clearing, Can I get to just everything today? No, I cannot. I cannot. But let's say I tune in and it's like, boom, immediately I'm taken into your solar plexus. That will be my main focus in clearing, kind of centering in on anything that might be going on there, where there's just energy block, old stagnant energy, or maybe like some type of parasite, like an energetic parasite, or something that doesn't belong, an attachment, things like that. So I'm going to try to do the most I can in the littlest amount of time that I do have. And also throwing up shields of protection, because what I'm going to talk about in just a moment, just very briefly for the collective, with everything going on, big, like Spirit, Yeshua, Mary Magdalene, Ascended Masters, Ancestors, they're like, this is no joke. And I know it's not. And this is about, you know, the spiritual, you know, WAR, fair. It's like, it's insanity right now. It's insanity. So especially this last week, just like witnessing and speaking with other, like, you know, soul family and stuff, like people are, they're being infiltrated. They're being infiltrated. Like, people are highly triggered. So it's just, it's a lot. So you might, so I'm going to talk about this, but you might be experiencing this too, where people just completely like lose their shit. They flip out. Very triggered energies, a lot of shadow, anger, like people feeling, it's very ego dominated, very distorted ego dominated. So you might be experiencing this where people who are maybe, you know, not typically combative, they are very combative. Or people that maybe don't typically attack, they're attacking. Or if it is people that are typically, you know, very triggered, and you know this about them and you know their energy, then they're going to be even worse, okay? But the big thing is expect the unexpected when it comes to people's behaviors. It's very bizarre. It's very ironic. And that's what happens when you're under demonic possession, or you've been infiltrated by these dark, demonic, Luciferian / reptilian / archon, blah, 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 blah energies, okay? So it's very clear as day to see. If you're here on this live right now, you're one of the ones where if this came in front of you, you would go, oh, I know what's going on here. I definitely know what's going on here with this person or with this situation or whatever it is, okay? So, you know, just an FYI. So that's why today I'm doing some clearing work, first of all, because the stuff that's happening, that like we're receiving, and just all of the purging and just all of the stuff, we jumped like 4 timelines this week. Like, it's crazy. 2 big ones and then like 2 smaller ones. 4 timelines. We quantum leaped 4 times. Last night I saw the biggest matrix glitch that I've ever seen. So I've seen the matrix glitch so many times over the past like 4 years. Like little things, and I'll explain in just a moment, because I have to go. I have my sage. I have my water. I'm gonna grab an extra water bottle. Anyways, I have to do that, and then I'm gonna close my door and we'll sit down. But there's so much. There's so much. Like last night, I was like, whoa. And if you guys follow me on Instagram and you guys watch my story, then you already saw what I'm talking about. But it was a literal airplane suspended in the middle of the sky for like 2 minutes. I was watching it for 2 minutes. And then I'm looking at it because there's no sound. There's no nothing. No sound, no nothing. To me, I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, excuse me, French. Is that the Galactics? No, because I would feel if it was the Galactics. Is it like a weird, you know, government type thing? Like a big, you know, like how they were doing all those drones and trying to make people scared and making them think it's the freaking aliens attacking, and, you know, our government. So smart they are, aren't they? So that's when I was like, you know, and then, you know, like when you see something like that, you know, you see something like that for a minute, it takes you a minute to kind of register, and then you go, oh, where's my phone? I need to record this. I need to be recording this. Because then at that moment I realized, this is weird. What the hell is happening? Complete silence. All I saw was these 2 big lights just suspended, not moving, just sitting, floating in Like they weren't going nowhere, and it was dead silent. I live in the country. You know, it's summer night. Like all I could hear was the crickets. Very quiet, very, no wind, no, it was such a calm, like still night last night here where I live. Today, completely different story. Today I've got like 14 hurricanes outside going on all at once. But you guys, that was the biggest glitch. I was like, I'll tell you about it a little bit more in a second, but I was like, are you kidding me? Now I'm literally seeing 757 jets, just, you know, or airplane, whatever's, you know, because isn't 757 the engine? I could be wrong. Or is it the model of the plane? Or 747? Am I saying 757? It's a 747. Anyways, you guys know what I mean. But to see that, like glitching, and then all of a sudden going back to normal and start moving, and then I could hear the engines go, and it was crazy. So like I said, I've seen the glitches plenty of times. A lot of you have, but not to this magnitude, like a freaking commercial airplane. It was like 11 o'clock at night too, so it was dark, but that's what made it even weirder, because it was like the dark and then the lights, and it looked like the airplane lights, like you could see like the flashes and stuff. So that's at first I was like, that's an airplane, but then I was like, wait, that's not moving. There's no sound. Definitely not a helicopter, because helicopters are loud. You could hear them. You could hear it. Same thing with an airplane. So then I, you know, that's when I started, I'm like, what is it? And then I'm like, then I get my phone, you know, I'm like trying to see, and I'm like, yeah, this is weird, you know. And then it started moving, and like I said, it was just crazy. So full on glitch, like full on big glitch. Okay, so anyways, I'm missing the comments. Okay, so hi Steph, hi Baldish, hello Jake Cole, hi sweetheart, hello Lauren, hello everyone. 222 by you, I love it. Oh, I love the clarity your words bring to the weird-ish that's happening in life. Thanks, lady. You're so welcome. Hey, that's why I'm here. That's why I'm here. Ah. Hi, guys. Welcome. Hello, Claire. Yes, love. So the list is open. So yeah, we still have spaces open. You know, I you know, it's funny, is like when I scheduled this live, I was like, I could feel like some of the energy of like the people who were kind of like, and I'm not saying this is any of you guys, I'm just saying like what I felt. Like, because I've never done these before ever on a live stream, you know. We've been going live here on my channel for 3 years. I've been on this channel for 4 years, but the first year that I was on YouTube, I didn't go live, honestly, because I didn't know how. Not because I didn't know how. I knew how, but every time I went to go live, I kept getting this error message. So I just was like, and I was so new, and like, I was just like, I'll figure it out at some point when it's time. And I did. So we've been going live for 3 years, and I've never done like live energy work, clearing, anything like that. So so I'm excited, because this is the work I truly came to do. And so it feels just so good when I'm doing it, because it's like, I feel like my soul is just like igniting on, it's firing on all cylinders. It's like that, you know. And if you guys are also healers and, you know, all the things, and you guys know how it feels. It feels so good to help. It feels so good to help. And the energy right now, that's what we all need, okay? Like the influxes, the purging, like the stuff that's coming up daily. This isn't like, oh yeah, you know, I felt it for a little while, like 2 weeks ago, but you know, no. We are feeling this like insanity daily, like so much, but it's beautiful. It's beautiful. Beautiful chaos. Beautiful chaos. Like most of us, we're beautiful chaos, aren't we? Alrighty. So anyways, you guys, okay. So yes, the list is still open. If you want to get on the list and you want to get some energetic clearing, and I'm throwing up shields of protection for everyone. Okay. Definitely for every single person today, I'm doing like a scan. I don't know. For me, the best way I can describe it is having like what we call X-ray vision. In the way, like for me, that's what it's like. So I feel like I'm like an X-ray machine or like an MRI machine, me. And when I work with clients one-on-one, that's what I do. And if you guys have done healing sessions with me and things, then you guys know how I roll. And not one healing session is like the same as the next. It's like always so wild. But that's what I do. So I use my spidey senses and I do like a scan, mind, body, soul, like, you know, physical, emotional, mental, you know, and then a quick scan of your auric field. Okay. So today I'm going to be scanning all of that. But every single person, I'll be scanning the auric field. And if I detect any kind of weak spots or any kind of infiltration, we're going to first of all handle that. Okay. And then I'll go over whatever. I'll probably be shown a lot of stuff regarding your 7 main chakras. And then if I pick up on other things like in the physical body, or any guidance comes through for you, like, hey, you know, I'm sensing, you know, a blockage in the left hip. I don't know if your hip's been locking up or there's tension or it's really tight, or, you know, maybe the groin area is very, very tense, tight, you know, we hold a lot of trauma there. It's the root chakra, you know, so I might get guidance on be like, okay, like this is a stretch you can do, but you know, the guidance is to do, it's like going to physical therapy or something, you know. By any means am by no means am I a medical professional. Nope, nope, nope. But a spiritual advisor, heck yeah. And if you know, you know, you know, you know, right? It's all about like the spiritual, the Ayurvedic, the you know, the Eastern, you know, medicines versus like Western medicine. You know, not saying Western medicine is horrible, but there's a lot there that they just, because it's big pharma. That's how they make all their money. So they want to keep you sick. They don't want to find the root of the problem unless it's an actual like, okay, we kind of have to deal with this because, you know, this is a terminal disease we're talking about here. So we kind of have to do all the things. But if you're like going to the doctor and you're like, oh, like I'm having panic attacks and, you know, I get really bad anxiety, what's the doctor going to do? They're going to go, well, let's try you on some clonazepam or some lorazepam or one of the PAMs or the JAMs or whatever. And that's all they're going to do. They're not going to dig down and sit with you and go, okay, anxiety is a very common thing nowadays. They're not going to tell you the fact that, you know, it's the devices and the EMFs and the technology and all these other things, unless they're like a Western medicine / like Ayurvedic, holistic doctor and do that kind of stuff too. So that's like where us healers, that's where we step in to like help humanity and moving into new earth as far as healing and things like that go. Okay. So it's just energetic. Okay, it's not going to, you know, it's not going, it doesn't, it's energetic. So sometimes you'll feel like tingles, or sometimes you might feel like where I'm like focusing in on something, but it's never, you know, painful or this or that, you know, it's very gentle, but very strong on a quantum level. So anyway, so yes, so disclaimer, have to say this because, you know, there are people out there that lack common sense and brain cells. So disclaimer, I am not a medical professional. This is for entertainment purposes only. Everyone who's signing up on the list today with an energetic exchange, it is at their own free will and their full consent. Okay, have to say that. But you guys know how this goes. Okay, so this is all for the highest and greatest good. So it's helping you, it's helping the all, okay? Because, you know, mostly what I see and why I was called to do this is because of, especially this week, like the last 2 weeks and this week, the last like 7 days, and right now, we hit the solstice. So now, for me, the solstice is like, starting to let the pressure out a bit of the pressure, okay? So I'm like, thank God. I've been like crawling each day, like, come on, solstice, come on. I can't wait for you to be here. So happy solstice, my loves. Happy official summer. I know it's winter solstice for my beautiful Australians, my New Zealanders, etc. Those in the southern hemisphere, but the energy is still the same. The message is still the same. All the things. Okay. Okay. I say I'm sunshine with a bit of hurricane. Yeah, for sure. There's this one reader. Um, she's amazing. She was one of the very first like readers I ever started. Like, I think probably most of you guys know her. You know, she's like an OG. She's been around for a long time, but you know, she's not like like a teacher, and like she just does the readings and that's it. But her readings are really great. She's so intuitive. What's her name? Secret Tarot. Secret Tarot, and I'll never forget, because she's a Libra. She's a Libra like me, or like some of you guys. I'm a Libra sun. She's a Libra sun, and I love her. I love Secret. If you guys know Secret, shout out to Secret. To Secret Tarot. But she said something that I will never forget, and I've often said this, so you guys probably have heard me say it before at some point, but it is, I am an iron fist wrapped in a velvet glove. So, right? And I feel like that's kind of like the light workers, like, you know, like MO, like that's who we are. Like, we are iron fists, but we are wrapped in velvet gloves. So, you know, we come off as velvety and soft, and you know, because that's who we are. That's who we are, right? But underneath it, we are made of steel, iron, you know? All right, so yeah, and I should have said this in the beginning, but just an FYI, guys, like how I was talking about like the super like dark attacks happening right now. The live stream will be off, the whole chat this whole time will be off the charts. It will just be nasty. It will be nasty. And that's fine. That's fine. I mean, thank God for the moderators here and helping. But yeah, it won't let up, and my guess would be that some of the energies coming in are going to be real nasty, saying some real vulgar or, you know, perverse things, for sure. Yeah. Thank you, Alex. Thank you. Yeah, sweetheart. Thank you so much. Okay, 22 minutes in. Let's get started. Okay, so let me go grab my stuff real quick. Like I said, I was gonna do 20 minutes ago. I've got like my big like drink here. Oh, you guys. Okay, this is just me personally, but okay. I'm sure a lot of you guys have seen. These are like ancient. This is like an ancient like divination practice, anyways. So okay, dowsing rods. The dowsing rods. Okay, to use as a divination tool. Now, here's the thing. A lot of people, and this is, again, what I receive, a lot of people are using these for really idiotic reasons just to get views, like on TikTok, and, you know, oh, you know, pay me $25 and I'll use the dowsing rods to ask, you know, 2 or 3 yes or no questions. That's idiotic. Please don't ever pay people money to do that. That's stupid. These cost $20. You can go get your own dowsing rods and ask yourself, right? So my point with that is that you'll never, ever, ever see me using those on my YouTube readings or anything like that. But if I feel called to maybe confirm something, or if maybe you guys I'm reading for, you're like, can you use the dowsing rod so I can ask a question? I'll absolutely do it. Yeah, yeah, and that's why they were meant. Originally, like our ancestors and us back way in ancient times, we would use copper to detect water. So that's like, you know, I don't know, I have water in here, but that's what they do. They detect water. They'll tell you if there's water, like, you know, near or whatever, like that. So I have like the plastic interference, and I have like all kinds of crap in my water. So I'm like, they're like, but anyways, but they were doing it like the other day and stuff. So, and I kind of have to be concentrating a little bit when I'm doing it. But anyways, I found, you know, they're really cool. But yes, please, mi amores, please don't fall for the scam. Please don't fall for the scam. please don't fall for the scam of the dowsing rods and people reading for you using dowsing rods. That's like, you know, like you could buy a $5 pendulum and you could do your own pendulum readings and dowsing rod readings. Okay, you guys know me. Like, I'm not a gatekeeper, and that's what these mofos be doing out there these days. They be trying to gatekeep, like they're the hermit on the hill with all the answers, and let me ask my, I'm like, oh my God. And then half the stuff they're asking these dowsing rods, because their energy is not in alignment and they're all backwards. This, like, the stuff they're asking is like completely like, I'm like, oh my God. So anyways, same thing with like those, it's like, I mean, I've seen it on Instagram, but I don't do TikTok. But you know how like TikTok videos make it onto Instagram reels, you know, like from TikTok, like people, you know. So that's how I see the TikTok videos, is through the Instagram reels. But they're from TikTok. And then I see like, what's the other one that people are ripping people off with? It's like crazy to me. These people are making like thousands of dollars a day. It's like a pendulum, but you guys know what I mean. I'm like, I can't think of like what it's called right now, but same thing. They'll be like on a live and it's like, you know, okay, like, you know, for $10, you know, you can ask this thing, like any question you want, you know, yes or no. I'm like, oh, I can't. Anyways, that's their karma. It'll come back. So, Alex just eating lunch and blocking people. Yeah, Alex don't play, especially like he gets into his emperor energy of the divine masculine. He gets in the emperor energy of warrior, you know, protector, warrior. You know, he's very vigilant. So I'm very grateful for you in that regard, my friend, for sure. Alex is going to be the most amazing divine masculine to a feminine. Because he's a balanced masculine energy for the most part. None of us are, you know, completely balanced and perfect yet, but yep, yeah, totally, Steph. Can't get enough water. Oh, okay, so let me go grab my stuff, and then we'll spend about 10 minutes. We'll spend about 10 minutes before I get going on these, because these more than, like, you know, the one thing that I do sometimes when we do lives, which I need to do another one for you guys because I know you guys love them and I love them too, is the mini past life readings that I do here on live streams, you know. And again, I'll, you know, take less people, you know, and tune in deeper for you guys. But those take a lot of energy out of me, and these take even more than that, you know, channeling, reading, tuning in, and then going back to back, you know, it's a lot. And if you're an energy worker, you just do your own stuff, like you guys know. You know how it is. You know how it be. Yes, it is true, Alex, for the most part. Heck yeah, it is, for sure. No, thank you, Stephanie. Okay, that's so funny you just asked about. I knew someone was going to call me out on that. I knew it. I knew it. So last night, okay, so I did the reading that I did last night, which that one, like, you know, okay, like I wish I could have like a megaphone when I uploaded certain readings. I wish I could have a megaphone that like I could speak to everyone through the, like, that subscribed and go like, you want to watch this one out of all the readings I've done, like this one. Last night was one of those readings, and it's you know, a masculine and feminine collective. I don't know, I'm tuning into all kinds of different timelines and collectives of the masculine and feminines and where they're at and what's going on with them. So again, it's not a one size fits all, for sure, which is awesome because there's always different channeled messages and readings coming through, but they also often resonate, you know. But the one last night was Waylon Jennings, my all-time favorite, like, classic country singer, like that era, like the Chain Gang, Johnny Cash, Willie Nelson, Chris Christopherson. Waylon Jennings, like, I feel a soul connection with Waylon. I honestly do. I always have, even way before my awakening. Not soul connection like he's my divine no. Like a guide, like a mentor, like a guide. Like, we've known each other, we have a soul bond, you know, on some level. And I know a lot of times I'm not one of those crazy, like, psycho people that, like, You know, like they fixate on a celebrity or a singer, and all of a sudden they think, you're my soulmate, you're my twin. I'm like, oh my gosh. I can't tell you how many times I've heard, Taylor Swift's my twin flame, or Nick Jonas is my twin flame. I'm like, no, you're just a crazed fan. That's it for the most part. But hey, wasn't Chris? Yes, Chris. He played in different, he had different roles, but like his main one for me was A Star Is Born with Barbara Streisand, which, yes, Bradley Cooper and Gaga did the remake, and I'm not a fan whatsoever, just on a spiritual level, of her, but her acting, like they both did so good, in my opinion, for a remake. Oftentimes you cannot do that kind of a remake to something so classic. And the Chris Christopherson and Streisand was not even the original Star Is Born. There was one from like the 50s that came first, then them, then Bradley Cooper and whatever. But the Streisand Christopherson, oh my gosh, you guys, if you've never seen it, and you resonate as a twin flame, or you have encountered a past life soul connection with someone, man, you gotta watch A Star Is Born. You gotta watch A Star Is Born, and specifically the one with Streisand, Barbara Streisand and Chris Christopherson. So anyways, thank you, Alex, for asking that. Yes, he is. But Waylon Jennings is like, anyways, I've always felt a deeper connection, resonance with him. He's probably just a part of my soul pod. At some point we knew each other, whatever, blah. His beloved wife, angel, divine feminine, she carries the same, and I've always loved her, and then come to find out she has the same name as my twin soul masculine. So just like really weird, but the song, it's my favorite song of Waylon ever, and she sings in it with him a little bit. And the song is called Come With Me. And that's like what I've been getting for a few days now. And then I sat down last night and I was like, okay, like I'm going to record something for everyone before, it was late, so I knew a lot of people wouldn't see it until like the next day today. Anyways, there it was, Come With Me. And then it's the part, that's what I put in the title, was where he says, if it's dark in your world, come walk in mine. My love's a light, babe. It's on all the time. And and then he's like, come with me. And then he says like, come with me. The feeling's free. Just come with me. We'll get on a cloud, babe, and we'll ride it high. And we'll say, hello, sun, as we pass by. Anyways, it's just beautiful. Like, so twin flamey, and so like, all the things. So if you haven't watched it or listened to the song and you resonate with all that, definitely do so. But again, it may not be for everyone right now. So some people that like it may not be fully like resonant or feel like that pull. It's just not your timeline. So you're really not, your intuition is going, yeah, that's nice, but it's just not for me right now. That's cool too, but I know for a lot of you guys it is. And then Stephanie, thank you for calling me out on the intimate love reading, because I promised you guys I would do one, and I know you guys are excited. And honestly, you know me, I completely forgot about it, like with just the craziness of like the last like 5-6 days, energetically, and plus work and different things. So I'll tell you what, I will record it today. I pinky promise you, you guys can disown me officially if I do not. But it won't be, it's a paid for reading because it's going to be intimate, and I'm using intimate, S-actual cards, that are very, very erotic, I guess you want to say, but also very intimate in like divine love, and very like beautiful at the same time. So it's kind of like, these cards, this deck is like, what is it? Like an angel on the street and a freak in the sheet. It's like, that's what the deck is. But I will record it for you guys. And, the readings, I uploaded them through a different, like a different site, and there'll be a direct link, and I'll share on the channel after this. Okay. But I will do that for you guys today. But the reason why I was like, I knew someone would call me out, because last night when I recorded the one I recorded last night, I was like, oh, I remembered. I was like, oh my God, like I forgot to do the intimate reading that I promised them. And it's just funny that you said that. I was like, I knew someone was gonna call me out. Okay, sorry. The chat has been moving, so I've been missing. Yes, I agree, Steph. So yeah, and I agree that the readings, I'm really, really happy. I'm really, really happy. I feel like, you know, we've all just like been through this, you know, we all feel the shift. We all feel the new shift right now. And that's what what I'm going to do, instead of me just talking, channeling, which we're already 35 minutes in, I want to take about 10 minutes. So please, everyone, be very courteous and respectful of each other's questions and time. What I'm about to say is, if you're in here right now and you want to ask me, I'm not saying I'm not doing a personal reading for you. What I'm saying is, if you're in here right now and you have a question or a concern, or, you know, something that's like, you know, you're witnessing, or maybe something that's happening to you, like energetically, because of like, you know, if you want to ask me something, I will answer you. Okay. So just, if you have a question, okay. No politics. You guys know my rules. No politics, and nothing about like WARs, anything like that. Okay. But, you know, if, like an example might be, you know, Erica, you know, I'm really feeling the collective fear right now. What can I do to help subside that? Or what can I do to transmute that right now? Or do you catch my drift? So it can be like about like what you're maybe feeling with the energy, or maybe things that are happening, but we're not, Erica, will you let me know what's going to happen in the middle? No, I'm not. You know, that's what I mean. So, but yeah, you guys, if you have questions, please, please, please feel free to ask me, and I'll pull a card or two or whatever. And it can be something about you too. Like if you're just like, I'm having a really hard time, for example, why I'm doing these clearings today energetically. A lot of people are like, Erica, I feel like my body is like, you know, like full of energy, or I could feel the blocks and I just am having the hardest time moving it. You know, can I have some advice on what to do with that? You know, things like that. Things that are going to be for your highest and greatest good right now, and the highest and good of all, and anything that maybe I can clarify or answer for you or help with. Okay. All right. So, hey, Lola. Hello, sweetheart. Lola, I was telling everyone about like the massive glitch that I saw last night, and I was like, Lola saw my story because Lola hearted my story. I was like, Lola gets it. Lola gets it. But anyways, okay. So BRB, and then BRB, and then again, if anyone has a question about the Ascension happening right now, what's going on with the Schumann, you know, maybe some difficult things that you're having a hard time with, or maybe you just want to share something like, Erica, I watched one of your videos recently and you said something that really helped me, you know, move some energy, or you really, you know, it could be literally anything, but I want to give this time, just for like 10 minutes, for us to have that reciprocity back and forth before I dive into the one-on-one healings, okay? And again, with the one-on-one healings, the list is still open. It's a $50 energetic exchange USD. All of the information is in the description box below. Why is it $50 versus the $35? Because I'm doing energetic work plus a mini reading for you. So each person's going to get about a 5-minute time slot total with me today. About 3 minutes of clearing, me doing like whatever happens and I need to do when I connect and tune in with your energy. And then I'm going to pull, I already have the decks laid out here, so I already know what I'm going to pull from. And I'm going to pull one card from each. I am not going to go deep into channeling like I always do. It's going to be just very boom. This is what you got. This is what it means for me. This is what the card says. And now, you know, now you can take this and you can tune into it deeper on a deeper level. So I'm going to get one card from the Isis is random on the bottom of the deck. Gateway, Keepers of Light, Gateway Oracle, something by Kyle Gray, Keepers of Light. And then in honor of hello, we have the solstice, happy Cancer season, and we have the new moon. Which, what day is the new moon, you guys? I mean, I know it's like happening like over, like, it's like Monday, Sunday? I don't know. In honor of the new moon in Cancer, new moon in Cancer, new moon in Cancer. It's a new moon that's literally like in the sign that like is like basically like governs a lot of this twin flame or soulmate cycle that we've all, you know, been a part of. So I'll get one of these, and then I pulled out, by the way, you guys, if you're someone where you're wanting to learn more tarot, or you want to learn the tarot, we'll just say that, or you don't know the tarot, but you like the tarot and you'd like to pull yourself like a couple cards daily or a daily card, this deck right here is phenomenal. Phenomenal. You guys have seen me use it before, but like the death card. So I like it because every tarot card has a question. So it's like good for like soul work and shadow work, but also it gives you the question kind of pertaining to the energy of the card. Like, what situation in your life is transforming and changing to bring about something new, okay? So, you know, this is like for all of us right now. Like, what situation in your life is doing this, okay? So those of you guys who I'm doing energetic work with today and reading for, you get boom, 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 3 cards, and then a 3-minute energetic clearing. I'm going to throw shields. I'm going to do what I got to do. I'm going to go in. It's like the equivalent of like NASCAR, or like, you know what I mean? Like NASCAR, like the what do they call it? Like the pit, the, you know, the, like the car comes in and they just, and then everyone just goes in and it's all super fast. That's the equivalent of what I'm doing with you guys today energetically. I'm going to go in and all the things I can do, you know, and if I really feel like something's up or something, if there's, okay, hear this. So if I'm tuning in with someone today and I pick up on something nefarious that if I'm like, I can't deal with this within like a few minutes, then I will let you know. And then what you'll need to do is I'll have you email me and offline together, one-on-one, because that's the only reason I would do this, is if it's something where I'm like, ooh, we can't, I need to tackle this in a different, we'll do it separately. So I'll have you email me and then I'll send you a Zoom link and we'll go in for like 5-10 minutes, whatever I need, and we'll knock it out, okay? It's not going to be extra charge, of course. It falls under this, okay, today. But I'm not here to be like, you know, like, okay, well, you know, speaking of the dowsing rods and the scams and all that, okay? I'm not here to like gouge anybody, okay? I'm just here to help. And if I need to help you more than what I can help you with on live, or if I need to protect, maybe I pick up on something and I'm like, okay, let's throw up a shield right now to protect everyone else in here, and then we'll take this offline. Now, if this does happen to someone that I'm tuning in for today, don't feel like something's wrong with you. Oh my God, I'm in, like, it's like the Walking Dead show, you know, like I'm infected, I'm something. No, okay, like you guys, like this is just how it goes, you know. I wish I could say that every single one of us would go through our ascension journey completely unscathed from any kind of attack ever, from any kind of demonic attachment or parasite or implant or hook, or, you know, a cord attachment, an energetic ethereal cord from someone, or an evil eye. I wish. And yes, will we have that moment on earth again where this stuff doesn't exist? Yes, at least not on earth. It may exist in, you know, the other prison planets that we are sending these hijackers to, okay? They never should have gotten out of their prison planets the way that they did to come to us. So anyways, we're sending them back. That's what's happening. All right, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so I saw Stephanie had the first question. Aw, thank you so much, Lisa. You're very welcome, love. Thank you for that comment. And my beautiful Lola, I love the purple and pink hearts. I really love that. And then staff. I used to feel no things that my spirit team would send me. It would feel separate from me. But now as I'm ascending, it doesn't feel separate from me. Am I losing my gifts or am I growing? Oh, that's a great question. Oh my God, that's a great question. Stephanie, girl, you're on fire today. Calling me out, asking the right question. That should answer your question right then, right there, first of all, on some level. Like, no, honey, you're not. Well, first of all, we can't lose our gifts. We can't ever lose our gifts. Especially once we start awakening to them, we don't lose our gifts. When we're awake, we're awake. We don't go back to sleep. And that's funny that you asked that, because that's literally a message that I was receiving from my spirit team about you guys, something I need to record for you guys in regards to that. And then also, what was the other part of the message or the download? It was it was basically along the lines like a reading that I need to do, where it's like that, like, don't worry, like, you're not, like, your connection to your gifts and source, it's not like fading, or it's not gone or something. It's, this is why you're experiencing it, kind of a thing. And what was the other part of it? The other part of it was, oh my gosh, it was about the down. Oh, it was like, for a lot of you guys, like, who follow me, or your Vibe Attracts Tribe, if you follow me, or you are going to be following me through all space and time, maybe you start following me like a year from now and you see this live, you tune into it, maybe you rewatch it like a year from now. You're receiving, so like, everyone's like, there's activations and everyone's receiving, like, their channels are opening, their gifts are expanding, the higher consciousness is like more on fleek, you know, things like that. But there is like some souls where what you're receiving as far as the information, your downloads, it's very different and very profound as opposed to what other souls are receiving right now, okay? So that was like the other part of it. Like, everyone's kind of getting downloads and all the things right now, but like, there's some souls, i.e. maybe some of you guys, right, where it's like completely like next level. Like, you're getting stuff that like other people just are not. And it's never a competition, or it's never like, well, I'm more intense. It's the fact that that's not part of their soul purpose and it is yours. It's that simple. Hi, Emily, my love. Sorry, I was just reading your comment. Welcome, welcome, sweetheart. Welcome, goddess of love. Okay, okay, I just want to make sure I didn't miss, I thought, thank you, J. Cole, there's going to be, okay, and then I'm curious if there's some sort of dark entity energy core, except your presence around me or by my boyfriend. So again, I'm not doing like, so love, so for Sierra, love, if you want me to tune into that kind of stuff, like on a personal level, like, that would be under like signing up for a live energy session today, where I would read for you and then I would tune into your energy. I will not tune into anyone that's not here or without consent of them, like the boyfriend or other things. It's the same thing in like my personal readings, when sometimes like I'll get like Divine Feminine and she's like, can you tune into the karmic? I'm like, no, I cannot. You know, it's the same kind of thing. So if you want me to tune into that, love, I'm more than happy to, but that is the energetic exchange, and that's exactly what I'm doing today with everyone. That's exactly what I'm doing today with everyone, is tuning in to scan for attachments, dark entity, like anything that's like to help people be like, you know, like, oh, I feel a little bit better. Oh, you know, because there's a lot going on. Okay, love. So All right. So, and the list is open. So everything's in the description box if you wanna get on. Okay. Okay. Now, Stephanie, going back to what you're experiencing right now with your gifts. It's not that your gifts are like you know, you're not going backwards or fading with your connection or anything like that. It's much stronger and you're vibrating at the highest frequency you've ever been at before, per se, right? But you're also, like many, and this is why I got that, it was just funny that you asked that. What's also happening is that right now, like if you look at the Schumann resonance, and this I'm trying to share with people and talk about it, but there's plenty of people that actually, that's what all they focus on is like the Schumann resonance and what's going on with it. So a lot of old, unprocessed, old, just whatever it is, blocks, grief, lack, scarcity, all the things. So it's like you've learned the lesson, so you know right or wrong versus, you know, this is good for me, this is not good for me, this is old, this is new, you know. So what's happening is like that stuff is coming up almost daily right now. And that's why a lot of people are almost feeling like you can feel like just super angry sometimes, or irritable, frustrated, depressed, and then super, right? It's that, you know. And for me, what it is, first of all, is these are initiations. So on some level, kind of, yeah, your guides are there, but there are some initiations happening where it's about your discernment. You know, like tuning in and feeling things, like how you said discernment, like this doesn't feel like me, but this feels like, okay, that sometimes they're always there, but sometimes they will take their foot off the gas and kind of sit in the back seat while you take the wheel, and they just watch you drive. Like a student driver, they're going, okay, like you're going to learn to drive even better now, and I'm going to take the back seat. And, you know, when you need help, I will jump in and grab the wheel and help you out. So know that. And then also a lot of just what it is it's the old version. It's basically, it's your old vibration frequencies, it's low frequency though. So while that stuff is coming up to be felt, while you're feeling it, you can kind of even feel sometimes like your vibration is lower in that moment or something. And that's what I meant earlier when I said the solstice brings in that release. It opens the release valve of the pressure a bit. Okay, so while you're feeling that old whatever stuff that's not who you are anymore, that's why maybe momentarily as well you feel like you're not as strong with your gifts in that moment, because in that moment you're feeling a wave of who you were before your gifts were even that strong. Does that make sense? I know it sounds kind of weird, but like that's literally the download of the message that I got. And you guys know, like I don't get these things unless it's for the collective. So you're like dead on with that. But yeah, so it's just, there's a lot of like density. And when sometimes we're moving through a lot of density, we can feel like that kind of almost like our connection with source, the higher self, is like where is it, you know, versus like when we're feeling more euphoric and good and like all, you know, then it just seems to be very strong, you know. So it's like the heaviness, the density, it almost creates a fog, even though it's an illusion, it's not real, you know what I mean? So temporary fog, you know, kind of a thing, a mist that comes over, makes you feel like, oh, my gifts, what's happening? And then the other part of it, like I said, is literally your guides, because you've initiated to a certain level, they're going, okay, it's the same thing as teaching a child how to ride a bike or teaching them how to drive. It's the same thing with spirit, you know, with us. You know, we're gonna just watch you do it, you know. If you really need us, we're here, but we're just gonna watch you do it for a while. It's kind of like that. Oh my gosh, I so said that the other day. Wow, I feel that completely discernment. Yes, yeah, Yes, Alexandria, my love. Yep, absolutely. Yep, absolutely. I have your energetic signature. Like I've read for you plenty of times. I have your full consent and energy and energetic signature. which is what any healer or whatever needs in order to read with someone or, you know, do energetic work on them. So I have you, your last name, I read for you, I know your energy, you are connected to my energy in that regard. So you absolutely do not have to be on, my love. You do not have to be on. But thank you for asking. That's obviously a very good question and probably one that other people are wondering too. So thank you for asking that. But yeah, go ahead and send your payment, sweetheart, and then just come back and let us know if you do it, and I'll add you. Oh, Katie, yay. Hi, Katie. Okay, so let me add Katie. Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Amor. Okay, all right. So no one else has signed up like during the live yet, right? I don't think so, but I just want to make sure. So let me add Katie. Katie J. Okay. And then I will put Alexandria because she probably more than likely will sign up. Yep. An energetic signature and consent. That is what you need from every person. That's why, like what I just said earlier, like when people are like, can you read for, like, you know, tune in on my DM. Now can you tune in on the karmic? I'm like, no. Because no, you know, it's different when someone is like connected to you on a soul level. And even then I won't go, you know, like I'll pick up on like, oh, I'm picking up on like father wounds or inner child stuff, you know, but out of energetic privacy for the soul, I will not, unless I'm reading for them, I will not go deeper than that. I will just, that's where I will leave it. And you guys know who are my clients. You guys know that's how I read. So it does make so much sense, right, Steph? I know it's freaky. I know. I have more beautiful days than I have in so long, but some days are like, what's this? Yes, exactly. Exactly. And all of that, what's this? It's all you, honey. It's all past life. It's you. It's the stuff that, you know, it's beautiful because, like, and again, that's why I was called to do this, like, these, you know, this work today with you guys, because we are moving, like, there's just so much energetically happening around us, inside of us. Like, it's so wild. So, you know, and I think that when we start awakening, at least this is how, like, I kind of was at first, like, when I still had some, like, you know, ego around certain things, like in regards to allowing other people to maybe help me, because I always carried this like underlying narrative of, okay, well, you're a divine feminine, Erica, so you should be able to handle this stuff on your own. Like, you should be able to heal yourself, Erica. And that's just not the case. That's just not the case. That's why we are all here with each other, because you might be able to help me with something that I can't help myself with for whatever reason, and maybe I help you. It's like that. So, you know what I mean? So it's okay to, like, you know, anyways, I wanted to say that too, because I can, you know, I know how it is, and I know sometimes people, like, we think we're souls having a human experience, we are healers, we're this. So when we start awakening, we almost, I think some of us take it on and we pressure ourselves like, okay, you know, you should be able to do this. Like, you can move energy. You can transmute this on your, you know, and sometimes it's just not true. Sometimes we need help, and that's okay. Hello, Skadi. I hope I'm saying that okay. Skadi. Hi, Erica and everyone. Quiet Watcher. I'm often the Quiet Watcher too on other channels, so I dig it. Have got a lot of signs of rebirth, like butterflies, white lilies, eggshells, and so on. Does anyone else getting this? Oh, heck yeah. Oh, heck yeah. Does anyone else want to share with Skadi? Oh yeah, and I've definitely, yep, Steph, and I've definitely needed help. You know, once I had to kick my little ego to this, you know, because I was really trying, like, no, Erica, you've been through so much, like, you know how, you know, alchemy, like, you know, darkness and pain, you can do this, you can do this. No, I couldn't. No, I couldn't. I've needed to reach out to my priestess sisters to help me when I couldn't help myself, you know, and so it's an honor to be that for you guys too, and you guys are that for others too. So So for Scotty, so Scotty's like, yes, so definitely like the death card energy. In fact, when I was talking about the decks I was going to use for the live today or for the personal reads, that was the first card that was on the bottom of the deck was the death card. So yes, seeing the death card, getting a lot of constant syncs about completion, full circle, like you just made it through this very like, you just made it through the death cycle. Now you're in the rebirth. White lilies. Yes, absolutely. White lilies. And, you know, the white lilies speak of, you know, purity, purification, and also, you know, the connection to source and the angels. They're also very connected to, you know, Mary Magdalene and the rose lineage, the Magdalene, not just the rose, but you'll see often like Mary Magdalene with white lilies around her or holding white lilies. Same with Mother Mary. And, you know, so, you know, just a really beautiful sign. So, you know, if you're being shown all those things and that's what the universe is reflecting to you right now, because it's that's exactly what you're going through and exactly where you're at, and it's beautiful. It's beautiful. So if you're seeing that, you know, the butterflies and, you know, all the things, you know, then that is exactly where you're at right now in your journey, hands down, which is awesome. Okay. I did it for this live. I said I can take care of it, but this morning I got the push to ask for help. Yeah, see? Beautiful. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And, you know, sometimes I also think because we're so used to being in a survival and fight or flight mode, even when, so it's like your higher self sometimes goes, yeah, you can do it, and you know you can do it. But right now, in this very moment, you can't, honey, and that's okay. Because your energy levels are too low, or because of this, or just for whatever reason it is, you know? So there's always that like kind of ties into it too. Again, it's just surrender and be like, okay, well, you know what? I'm just really glad that there are people out there that are like me that can assist when I need it. And then the other times, boom, I've got it. I've got me, you know? Oh, hello, Erica. Hello. Hello. What a beautiful name you have. Welcome in, sweetheart. Welcome to your first live here. Welcome to the channel. If you're here, you're definitely here for a reason. So welcome to the Soul Familia. And Baldish, I saw white lilies today and 2 white butterflies dancing with each other today. It was beautiful. Yes. The white butterflies, you know, for me are always like so significant too. Just, I mean, yes, spirit, but like our loved ones on the other side. And like, I don't know, the white, you know, just, they're just different. They flutter different than other butterflies. Their energy is different. It's very divine in that way. So I love that, the white lilies with the white butterflies. It's beautiful. Thank you, Erica. Yes, Mary Magdalena has come through a lot this year. Skadi is a Viking goddess. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I love it. How cool. I love it. Well, obviously, you know, you have connection there. So, you know, and it's like I said, like when I see like the rose or like, you know, for me, when I'm shown a white lily, I mean, and here's the thing, like I've always been, you guys know, like as a priestess of the rose, of the Magdalene bloodlines, of, you know, because I am a soul where I'm like ancient hybrid, but very much druid energy. And I know for a fact that my bloodline is connected to Yeshua and Mary Magdalene. I know it, you know. Anyways, and many of you guys too, right? So from a very young age, my favorite, like I loved roses, but from a very young age, I loved lilies, specifically the stargazer lilies, and that's what I have tattooed on my right arm is the stargazers, because first of all, they're beautiful, the smell, everything, like I just could like live in one of them. But also because of the name, the stargazer. And ever since I was like young, I've always resonated with that, like the stargazing, being a stargazer, the stars. Obviously, I didn't know why at the time, but now I do. So yes, Lily's very special, very connected to the Magdalens, for sure. Thank you for sharing that. Okay, and all right. Now I'm caught up. Okay, so now that I'm caught up on all the things, if anyone has, because I'm actually going to use the restroom real fast, because as soon as I get back, if no one else has any questions that maybe they want to ask, again, like if you have a concern or a question about like, ascension that's happening, or maybe things you're witnessing, or, and you want to bend my ear or get my, opinion, or, whatever it is, that's what this is for. If you want me to tune in with you personally to see things going on or things like that or whatever, then that would be, a booking on the list today. Okay. So I hope it's not too confusing. But anyways, so I'm going to go pee. I'll be right back. I'm going to grab my water, and then, I think, yeah, I've got my sage. I'm going to use sage. And then maybe I'll grab an incense while I'm out there. Sorry, guys. I'm just in my head. I'm doing like my little like checklist of like all the things I might need as I'm doing tuning in with your energy. I'll use my Ankh. Okay. And that's it. All right, cool. It'll mostly be me channeling light language and doing movements and breathing and stuff like that. So you guys will see. Okay, so I'll be right back. All right. Anyone want to go grab a drink? Good pot tea. Anyone who's on the list, especially if I'm going to be reading for you soon. For Julie, number 1, Alex, Steph, or Lauren. Those are my first 4 people on the list. But you guys have the playback, so you know that. Okay. And my talkie, my very wordy talkie personality, this is exactly why I'm having my moderators today. Like, Erica, 3 minutes is up of the channeling. Now you have 2 minutes to pull some cards for the client or for, whomever. And then we have to go on to the next person. Okay. So you guys have to like be mommy, daddy, like parent me today with that. And as I'm walking away, 1, 2, 3, and those kinds of number syncs right now are huge. Like if you're seeing them like that in order, like the 1, 2, 3, or if you're seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, just this morning on, I think it was like a daily, like, like June 21st, 2025, this is the message for today for this, I saw one of those earlier and the message was really good. And it was like, again, completion of a cycle, blah, blah. But the numbers was 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And they weren't in perfect order, but it was like all the numbers were there, like in the likes. So like that kind of stuff too. And, and you can feel it. We can feel it. I can feel it. It's all, we shifted. Something massive happened, right? Like over the last week, especially with the timeline jumps, like people felt the shift. We felt the shift. Like, it's like almost like this, like weird, like, okay, like, I know we've been talking about it, and I know we've been doing the work, and I know we've been feeling the things, but to actually, like, be here right now, it's kind of blowing my mind. It is. Because it's so insane. And that's what brought me back to, like, what I was talking about, you guys, like, it's beautiful, but we have to be spiritually smart, and we have to be spiritually strong. And, if you resonate as a light warrior, you really haven't had to do a whole lot of warrioring except for maybe yourself and being a warrior for you, your journey. But in this new phase, 2025, here we go. The next 6 months, the rest of 2025 through 2028, it's going to be very, very catalytic and transformative for Earth, for humanity, for Earth, okay? So all of us light warriors, and this is the difference, is a lot of I know a lot of you guys, right? And I know a lot of you guys are already doing this, but like showing up and actually being like stepping into the role of warrior. I want to say this before I forget and like forget about it. We really haven't had, I mean, it's different for me, or if you do spiritual work like this, like, you know, you're working with clients or you're doing healings or, you know, people under attack and things like that, you know, but even like me, the role of warrior that I'm talking about, none of us have had to step into. But now is the time where we will. And that's why it's so important for us to be anchored, because it's a different kind of strength that we embody and that we will need and that we will be holding space for so many. You know, it's going to be, you know, not in the way that I think most people think, like, you know, crazy-ish happening and, you know, the NUCLEARs and that kind of stuff, you know what I'm talking about? Like, that will never happen on Earth again. They can propagate propaganda. They can, you know, it's all of this stuff, and they've been saying the same stuff for decades, over and over and over again. If you really look into it and tune into it, it's so scripted. It's so, and I know it's like crazy to even think about, but it is. It's so scripted. It's such a propaganda thing. And that kind of stuff is to create fear, freak people out. Let me just tell you, I mean, everyone has, you tune in and see what your heart and soul tells you, but the galactics are like, I'm not worried about that at all. You know, will things happen? And, you know, does it have to get a little worse before it's going to get any better? Yeah, that's what death and rebirth is. That's what the shadow is. And right now, we're just barely starting to see the shadow come up for this planet. Right? And again, this should, you know, it's okay if it rattles you a bit to think of that kind of stuff. But that's just the egoic human self, and like I think like the programs that trigger, you know, when on a divine soul level we're like you know, to the threats or the agendas of the dark and things like that, and you know, threats on countries or the US or whatever it is, you know what I mean? Like, as far as I don't see it happening. Could I be wrong? Absolutely, but I don't see it happening. I do not. But do I see other things happening where it's going to get quite uncomfortable for humanity? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. You know, but we came here for this. That's what I mean. The level of warrior of light, it's not just a pretty term. It's not just, I mean, we came, like, this is the moment where we fulfill our roles or we don't, you know? I've always thought, like, you know, like they, like, you know, Hollywood shows us all the things that, like, right? Like, they're literally television and all that, right? They're putting it in front of you, letting you know, like, hey, this is what's really going on. And people think it's, what's it called? Fiction, because it's so bizarre. It's so corrupt. It's so bizarre. It's so dark. It's so deep that the humans, there's no way they're going to believe it. So we can literally, like, that's how idiotic they are. That's just like how they think of us. We'll just put it right out in front of them and we'll just show them exactly what's going on. And it'll be so crazy in their little brains that they won't, they'll go right along with, oh, that's fiction, and oh, that's a movie, and it's not real, and when really it is, you know. So But I've always thought of like the like quote like apocalyptic energy movies or shows like The Walking Dead, and I mean now there's like so many. There's been so many, you know, Apocalypse Now and like just all of them, right? Now what's the newest one? The Last of Us on HBO, The Last of Us, which actually is a really good show. I just got done watching that, and I really enjoyed it, you know. But of course, like all things, before I start watching, I do not consent, because everything we watch, right, it is our awareness and our conscious field and like our thoughts, right? So we really have to get into that, again, spiritual responsibility, you know. Like before I click on anything, I do not consent to any of this. I do not consent to any reptilian or archon activity or entities. I do not consent to this as truth. I know this is not truth. Blah, 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 blah. And so it is. And then click, then I can watch, you know. Is it? That makes sense. It seems video game-esque. It does. It seems video game-esque. I could see that. And then I also thought of like, oh gosh, like these, you know, like the creators of it all, like I guess the creator of the video game, you know, again, just the agendas out there. Like, it's like no coincidence that they're using a fungi as the enemy to instill fear within people about fungus, spores, mushrooms. Like, they're gonna grow inside of you if you breathe spores in. This is gonna happen, you know, because, you know, you can mutate or this, or, you know what I mean. I'm like, of course they're doing that, because what are fungi? What is mushrooms? It is literally like one of the most powerful healers out there, as well as like plant medicine. And I mean, it's so powerful, you know, like, so everything that's like, right, like they're gonna flip the script on it and try to brainwash people and go, no, you don't want to switch over regular coffee for, you know, your morning rise mushroom coffee, because you know this could happen, and then it'll be inside of you and motivate, you know, just bizarre, like weird stuff. Right? Never been a fan of the zombie genre. Zombie genre, not my thing. Yes, and Lauren, absolutely, about like how you just view it as a documentary. Absolutely. That's, I mean, yes. Yeah, like everything I see, I'm just like, it's not fictional at all. I mean, maybe the storyline or the script or whatever, but the basis, the narrative, the storyline, you know, like, yeah, that's real. That's real. And then let's not even like get in on the fact that like all these like, it's like create like a movie, right? Like for me, like that movie creates some type of alternate reality. And that's what I mean by we have to be careful, because then you have people tuning in and then their imagination goes wild. Well, what does the imagination do? It creates things. It makes things real. So the more they put these things, just like the fake news and the propaganda and all the stuff that they're doing, and you know, that's what they want, is they want people to create more of that reality. So, you know. Anyhoozle. I don't know what Uncharted franchise is. What is Uncharted? I like the zombie stuff, but I mean, I used to really like it. Like when I was like when The Walking Dead first came out, I was like still in like I was like probably 25 when it came out. Games and movie. Oh, okay. Oh, it's like Indiana Jones. Yeah, I haven't. And yeah, Lola, no watching news. I haven't had cable. I don't even watch TV, and when I do, it's like a paid-for subscription, like Netflix or HBO. You know, the reason why I initially had HBO was because Game of Thrones. That was a non-negotiable. That's why I got my HBO app a long time ago and started paying for it. And then the subscription just, you know how it goes. Got like $500 a month of Apple subscriptions. I don't even know what they're all to. But anyways, Yes, I like the zombie stuff. Like when The Walking Dead first started, I was all for it. I totally was like all about it. I liked it, just because I also like horror films and just like gross, like gore, like stuff like that. I like that. Um, and then it got stupid, then they did the spin-off and it was just, to me, it was just like so dumb. But, oh, okay. I see. I see, Alex. Okay. All right. So, oh my God. Okay. I just looked up. I'm like, holy shit, we're 79 minutes in. Okay. Let me go and let's get this party started, you guys, because yeah, I need to get down with this real fast. Okay. So I've got my sage. I'm going to need to sage. I was going to get incense, but I'm not going to use incense actually. I want to keep the smudging as all natural as possible. And mostly I clear and do that smudging stuff anyways with light and intention. But I like, the smudge and I feel like the ancestors come through in the smoke in a big way, and they just, that's how I see it and feel it. Yeah, the ending was, they just, like everything, they just start running, like literally, like look at this world. They've run out of ideas. Now they're making remakes of everything and remaking music, and they've definitely run out of fashion ideas. They did that a while ago. So now they're just remaking old decades and genres, and it's just so like, I'm like, oh my gosh, it's so unoriginal. This world is so unoriginal now. So unoriginal. We're the original ones. We're the ones that keep the originality flowing, because we're not like, we're not the ones that are like, what do you call it, like jumping on the bandwagon and going for the latest trends and like following all the TikTok trends and the fashion trends, like, and that's where this world has lost itself, is by everyone being a sheep and a follower and not having any individuality of their own. So kudos to us. I've never seen Game of Thrones, but I've heard, oh, okay, like I do not, Game of Thrones is, for me personally, the best show of all time. Like, for so many different reasons, but for me personally, besides like my comedy shows that I love, that are like my OG, like, like Seinfeld and stuff like that, like that's different. But Game of Thrones is, and if you're a light worker, you are like that, whew. And the love and the just, it's so crazy. And then like the different houses and their sigils, the dragon, the wolf, the lion, the stag. It's so very, tarot. Like when I was like, after I got into tarot and all that, like when I've rewatched it many times, and then like the House of Targaryen. Oh yeah, so excited! I can't wait for the House of Targaryen again. Always kicks back up in like fall, winter. But that's like the House of the Dragons, but I'm like, oh my God, like Game of Thrones is literally like the elements. It's like, but it's like the suits and like, it has like the fiery wand energy, and then like the dragons, and then the, you know what I mean? Like just the different, it's so cool. But yeah, it's really good. Really good. Really good. And it's one of those shows where it's good from start to end. From like every episode. Like it's not like, oh, that season was okay. It's like, no, every season, every episode was like, oh my God. You were just like on the, like, I couldn't wait. And I don't get like that with anything. Like ever. That's the only show, like cinematic adventure type deal, that I like have ever been like, I'm hooked, you've got me, like, yeah, really good. See, and I really want to read all the books. I have not read all the Harry Potter. I did like all the Harry, but not GOT. I really want to read the books though, because I know they're incredible, and I know there's like every book series versus like the show movie so much that was just left out in the show that's significant. So yeah, except maybe the last 2 episodes, but yeah, let's not spoiler alert. Let's not spoiler alert. It was still, in my humble opinion, I know it wasn't maybe what everyone was expecting, but in my humble opinion, it was exactly the way that it should have happened. Do you know what I mean? I don't know, but anywho, okay. Yeah. That's how I was with Harry Potter. Like, I needed to read everything before I was like, I'm gonna watch all the, or whatever. And Lord of the Rings, I read like a few of the Lord of the Rings books, but definitely not like all of them. I definitely never read The Hobbit. So like, these are all things that I want to dive into, because hello, it's that, fantasy, quote fiction, but quote not fiction at all, or whatever, or nonfiction, but you know what I mean? All right, guys. Okay, so let me go right back. Good talk. We always hang out for a while anyway, so I knew that was going to be the thing. Okay, so I do have a lighter here. Okay, cool. Sorry. Arrow down. Go down. Okay, there it is. Oh, yeah, I've heard of that. And I've seen like the Dune or whatever, but I don't know. I'm not big into, if it's like futuristic, like, like how they do like futuristic stuff sometimes, and I don't know, like Mad Max and all that kind of stuff. Like, I do not like that kind of stuff. Not that I don't like futuristic, but like just some, I don't know, I like more like medieval, like old, like Game of Thrones, lords and ladies and dragons, because that for me is past life. Like, that's what Game of Thrones always felt like, was past life stuff. Even though it's in a quote fantasy world, very past life. Oh, okay, maybe I would like that one then. Okay. Let me. It's your guys' fault. You keep me here. All right. I'm like, go pot. If any of my moderators need to take a break, but you guys should probably be okay. But anywho, okay. Oh, and also fun. This morning on my morning walk, it just reminded me when I walked out here. I found. Well, hold on, I'll show you. Okay, I can't show the whole thing because clearly it's someone's license plate. But I was walking on my walk this morning, and I like looked down, and there's like a flipping license plate. So I'm actually gonna take a picture of it and post it like on the community page for our farm community out here, like the little farm towns that are all around here. But like, these numbers might be significant. The letter R, 939 was a one for me, and then 62, Anyways, I was like, what? And it's June, and it's confirmation June. Like the month that it like renews in. So I just thought that was funny. So I found it like in June. So I just want to see what you guys said of that real fast. We all talk too much, right? We all talk too much. But that's my favorite part of the lives. I love just, hanging out and shooting the beep, It's fun. And I think we all need it. Like, it's fun to come together with people who get it and people you can talk to, and like, I love it. So, yeah, not me just minding my business on a walk, finding someone's license plate, and then taking it home with me because it has like special numbers. I am gonna try to get it back to the person though. I swear. I'm gonna take a picture. I just haven't. We have a community like Facebook thing for like the little small like farm towns and like the rural like cities around here and stuff. So I'm gonna post it and be like, this is someone's license plate, and you can like tell me the last like 3 letters or whatever of the license plate. Come get your license plate, you know, because they've got their tags. Like they just got their June tags on there, you know. So now they're gonna have to get like new tags or, you know, whatever. I don't know how a license plate falls off. My best guess is very poorly screwed on or whatever. But I mean, these country roads are brutal as far as the bumps and potholes. So, you know, constantly driving on the boom, 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 it loosens up all the bolts and all the things. I think that's what happened. Unless someone stole a car, pulled over in the country over here somewhere on the side of the road real fast, flip, you know, switch the plates out and just threw them on the ground. That was the other one I thought of. I was like, maybe it was just like stolen and like maybe it'll help, you know, solve a crime or something. Right? I know. Love the community service. I know. That's trying, you know, it's like if you find someone's wallet or something, like you want to try to, you know, get it back to them like some way, somehow, you know, whatever it is. I know a lot of people don't think like that, but I certainly do. But anyways, okay guys, I'll be right back. PR. Hold on guys, I just have to close the windows in the house because it's getting hot. Okay, guys, sorry. Like, I had to use the restroom. I had to turn on my AC. I had to close all the windows in the house. And then Sage was like, oh, she's out here. So then he started asking me for his wet food. You know, kitty wet food. They like their wets. So I had to give him a little bit of wet food. I had to grab my water out of the fridge. I had to find my incense. And now I'm here. So thank you for hanging tight. Okay. And I grabbed my little vapey thing. My little vape pen. Oh, that's going to be my next thing, is going to quit smoking. I'm not like quitting drinking alcohol forever or anything. But definitely no alcohol is entering this vessel anytime soon, for the simple fact that it's called spirits for a reason. And it is not good spirits that it invites in. Alcohol and spirituality do not mix. No. I've seen way too much with that kind of stuff. So, and just, purifying my vessel, because that's what I feel called to do right now. But to each their own. But if you're a light worker, mi amors, if you are going to drink, just one drink, a glass of wine, take a little of the edge off or something, but intoxicated, getting drunk, you're just asking to be attacked and infiltrated. You're just asking for it. So, but of course, always do what you guys, feel is right. Yeah, see, and there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing good for you, Lola. Good for you. Like I said, no judgment on anyone or it's fine. But for me and what I do for work, and the fact that I'm working with people daily and their energy, and I'm not going to chance it for myself or for anyone, but yeah, it's a glass of wine, or even a glass, it's all your discernment. But you know what I mean. If you're drinking, 4 or 5 nights a week, 2 glasses of wine every night, that's what I mean. You're just asking for it. Yeah. And in France, you better believe I'm going to be drinking some wine, some French wine, and eating the breads and having, because the hotel is literally there is a winery at the hotel, but we know in Europe, in France, the wine, very different, very clean. And same thing with the food and the bread and all of that, very different than here in the States for sure. Yeah, Alex loves his hookah. He loves his hookah. And Dr. Pepper, apparently. Yeah, I'm right there with you, Lola. Smoking is my only vice. Yeah. I like the ganja. But but I also smoke cigarettes. And I know it's terrible, but I freaking love smoking. I love it. But it's also, again, another thing where I'm going to have to, my higher self is going, okay, Erica, it was okay. It's all right. It's all good. But now we're kind of getting to that place where you're gonna want to release this codependency or whatever, because it's a form of a crutch, and I know it. We all know it, but I really do love smoking, and I think it has to do with my past lives and being a Native American, and the Native Americans, shamanic energy and that. it's all about the tobacco. If you go to any kind of Native American ceremony or circle, or you meet I've done quite a bit of work with had the honor and privilege of working with the Lakota tribe here in California, or a part of the Lakotas, in different ways, in sacred ceremonies, their Chinupa ceremony and things like that. What you bring as an offering to the, basically the chief, or abuelo, we call them abuelo and abuela. You go buy a bag of you know, the Spirit brand tobacco. You buy a big bag of tobacco, and that's also an offering to the spirits, to the land, to the ancestors. Tobacco, if you bring them tobacco, they will love you. And this goes way far back to like even like back in the day when, you know, they used to do fur trades, and this country was still barely established, and they were trying to make peace and work with the natives here, and like, you know what I mean? That's what they would do. They would bring them offerings of tobacco, you know, fur, or other things that the natives couldn't get that they could. But it really is like a very powerful ceremonial offering, and both for your altar space and for the ancestors too. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Emily. Exactly. Yeah. Yep. Wine and bread in France, honey. I am going to enjoy every second of it. I am going to enjoy every second of it. Uh, yes. Yeah, I try to be gluten free too. As much as I can, for sure. You know, I don't eat like a lot of bread or pasta or anything anyways. I really don't. Um, Actually, I kind of was there for a while, you know, over the last like year and a half. It was almost like a comfort food. Like I'd make myself, especially during the winter, I'd make myself pasta, or I'd make like a soup with like, you know, egg noodles or whatever. Or I was making a lot of like, I was on a kick there for a while, or I was making like my homemade like bruschetta with like, I would make homemade hummus and on like a toasted sourdough, and like, you know, and like all that adds up. But I didn't care, you know. I'm like, I've put on some weight, you know, over the last year and a half, but I think I'm gorgeous. I love myself, and I also know how energy works, and I know that my body was packing on the pounds to protect itself while I went through this deep, deep, dark purification. That was not easy. So it was a protective barrier. So I was kind of just like, whatever I want, I'm gonna eat. But you know, now it's the same thing where I'm like, food just doesn't really sound that good. You know, like stuff that like heavy or carby, or like right now, my body just wants clean, simple, real, anything raw. You know, a lot of fruit, a lot of fruit. But like last night it was like, it ended up being a really like late work day, evening, and I hadn't even eaten dinner. It was like 9 o'clock. And I don't like eating that late because I go to bed pretty early, and then I needed my energy good for this today. So what did I do? I made myself just like a real quick little butter lettuce salad with like, you know, a little vinaigrette and like some white chopped onion, and like that was it. That's literally like all I want. This morning, what did I eat? Some like a fourth of a cup of frozen cherries with some Greek yogurt. That's it. Like, and you know, and that's okay too. Like our bodies are going through so much, like we talked about, you know, before. Like whatever your body is saying yes or no to, like allow it. You know, don't force yourself. Like, no, I have to eat. You know, I have to have fuel. I have to force myself to eat something. You know, no, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. In fact, like if you're not feeling it, then don't do it. You know, but what do I know? Rochelle says, "Ha, I love smoking cannabis too, so I went from joints to a one hitter." Oh, yes, yes, microdosing, you guys. If you can do microdosing, that is like the best. A friend of mine, he like lives farther away, so he's like inaccessible to me, but he's like he went to UC Santa Cruz. He's like a freaking like biochemist genius. And he, you know, he figured out and like copycatted the Stammet stack created by Paul Stammet, which is microdosing, and he created that I think in like the 70s. And there's all these, right? We know like for like the neural pathways and your the nerves in the brain, and like the adaptogens and all the things, and how freaking miraculous it is. Like if people just microdose daily, like legit, like no one would get Alzheimer's or dementia. Our brain activity would be so strong and remain very youthful in big ways up into late ages. Like all that deterioration, like plus like just so many other things. It's just beautiful, which is why I was saying, like with that show or video game, whatever, The Last of Us, I'm like, they're targeting something that's so powerful because they want to create a subconscious fear around the fungi, even though, you know, it's like killer fungi, you know, it's like, okay, it's stupid. But I don't know, in this world, day and age, I mean, is it? You know? So anyways, they want to create a stigma around it. Yeah, I actually, are you using a brand? Did you order a brand off of like Instagram, Emily? Because I saw one, like, I forget what it's called. But I had ordered a bag of them, the gummies. And it was an ad on Instagram. Like, it was a good one, though. It wasn't like, you have to be careful with all these ads and pop-ups. You know, a lot of them are scams. They're straight up scams. They will look legit, but they are not legit. My mom has been scammed a few times, bless her heart, with like jewelry and things like that. You know, I'm like, but yeah, because I used to microdose. Like when I first started YouTube, I was microdosing every day, and like my mood levels were amazing. My serotonin, like my dopamine, like everything just felt like elevated but balanced and good. I had energy. I was waking up feeling like refreshed and like happy instead of like waking up and feeling foggy and just, you know how it can be, how it mostly is when we wake up. I mean, for me, rarely it's like, oh yeah, woo, you know, it's like, oh, okay, you know. I mean, there was so my health was incredible. My blood work was incredible. I, you know, was feeling more energized. So I was like walking and exercising. And I mean, that's when I started my YouTube channel. You guys remember, like, you know, like everyone was always asking me, like, what do you do, you know, for your workouts, Erica? Your arms are so toned, you know. And I'm like, nothing. I don't do anything. All I do is walk. That's all I do every day is walk. Walking is like the most powerful thing we can do, in my humble opinion. If you're a regular walker and you walk daily, even a couple times a day, you will lose weight. You will clear your lower chakras and keep them balanced and clear, and then align your energy. It does so much. You will drop weight that you haven't been able to lose for years. It'll help your nervous system. It's everything. It's like a miracle thing. Just walking daily. You don't need to go crazy at the gym and jog all crazy on a treadmill. All you need to do is walk daily. I'm telling you. And every single person I've ever said that to who has done that, where they just started incorporating daily walking, it's happened for them. They're like, oh my God, like it legit, like all you gotta do is walk. I'm like, I know. Anyways, going back to the microdosing and all that, it's awesome. It's totally flipping awesome. And it's not like psychedelic microdosing where you're like, you know, you're tripping out. No, it's microdosing. It's so micro, it's little. All right, hold on. You guys are going crazy over here. Okay, hold on. Baltish, I just saw your comment. I love smoking too. Yeah, every time I'm around my little niece and nephew, especially, you know, auntie, and they call me, especially my little Ave. She's a little starseed, like crazy crystalline rainbow girl. Like she is so lit up. She's only like 3 years old. Or is she gonna be 4 this year? Yeah, she's gonna be 4 this year. Anyways, she calls me Auntie Kika. She calls me Kika because she couldn't say Erica, you know. Auntie Kika, no smoke. And I always feel like so bad. I'm like, this is why I don't have kids, because I would feel like this all the time. I don't want that. I want to do what I want, you know. But I do. I feel it. I can see that. Yeah, they do. I remember my grandma was a smoker. My mom's mom, you know, different kind of smoker than I am. I mean, you know, she was hardcore smoker, like smoked cigarettes inside the house, like, you know, in the car, windows rolled up, you know, it was like, you know, I'm like outside on my front porch. That's it. Like never indoors. You know, same thing like in cars. Like no. You know, but I love it. I love smoking. I do. I love smoking. Yeah, that's what most people like. Either and it's like Steph, like how it's always made you sick. Even before I started smoking, I freaking loved the smell of cigarettes. Like I would be like, anytime I like smelt someone like lighting up. That's how I started smoking. Was when I worked with MAC Cosmetics. Everyone was a smoker. I wouldn't smoke. And so like on our breaks, everyone would take their breaks together, you know, like if you had breaks and there was like 4 of you, you'd go outside and everyone would be smoking and I would like just smell it and be eating my food or whatever. But then my boyfriend at the time, he's very successful, very successful tattoo artist here in Central Valley, California, and like LA, and like anyways. So if you've ever gone to a tattoo parlor, you've ever gotten a tattoo, the tattoo artists are always smoking. You know, there's weed, you know, usually some alcohol, you know what I mean? But definitely smoking cigarettes. So he would smoke cigarettes, and so I would be with him at the tattoo shop hanging out, and then I would smoke cigarettes with him. And then eventually it came from like, you know, just, oh, you know, here's one, you know, or we'll share one, to me buying my own packs, and now here we are. Hookah is ancient, and I was hooked when I was overseas. Yeah, absolutely. I really enjoy the hookah too. I really do. You know, but is it like my thing? Like it's your, no, but it's interesting how we gravitate to certain vices too, and it feels very past life like that. Just like me and smoking. The tobacco, like very Native American. I associate it to a very happy life that I had as a Native American woman. But I've had, you know, different incarnations in those energies, cultures. So it feels like home to me, if you will. Yeah, legal in New York. Yep. Yeah. Same thing here in California. It's legal, you know. I think it's weird that some states are still, it's not legal. I think that's weird. You know, to us, it's so normal. You can go, there's dispensaries on every flipping corner. You can buy, you know, vape weed pens at the, you know, the Chevron at the gas stations. So it's just crazy. The smelly cheese? Which smelly cheese, Lola? I've smelt some smelly cheese because of my Omi and Opa. My mom's side, the German side. I've smelt some stank cheese. I don't want any part of that cheese. I love cheese, but depends on how stank. Unless cheese is code word for something else. I'm just kidding. There you go. See, Steph, and that's like, yeah, beautiful. Like learning how to make your own bread, doing like the sourdough starters. Like everyone's making their own sourdough bread now, you know. Another really good one, even though it's not like sourdough, like that kind of bread, it's more of like a dessert, like yummy sugary bread, is like the Amish bread. You guys ever had the Amish bread where like they do like the starters of the Amish bread with like the yeast and all that? And then you could actually like, you know, create more starters and gift them away or whatever. And then it's like the gift that keeps on giving. But that Amish bread, oh my God, it is so good. It is so good. So good. But yeah, making my own bread. I love all that stuff. And I think like we gravitate to that stuff too, because again, it's past life. Being in the kitchen, kneading the dough with the flour, you know, using a hand roller, you know, getting fresh maybe herbs from the garden, you know, sprinkling rosemary into your bread or over that all of that for me is very past life. Like, oh, I've done this so many times, it's awesome. But it tastes really good, but I can't handle the smell. Yeah, it's one of those things. I know exactly what you're talking about. I mean, I know there's like different kinds of cheese. What is the one I'm thinking? Is it not Munster? Is it Munster? Is it no. No, there's like more like Germany sounding ones, not just Munster. It's not. That's not even. There's like some stinky. My mom like grew up in Germany till she was 15, so she knows. Like she's like, oh no, she's like, I cannot, you know. But that's why I've been making my Omi salad. Last night I made her salad again. And I made it the night before. It's so good. And it's so simple. Do you guys want to know what it is? Very simple German salad. So good though. Butter lettuce. You have to use butter lettuce. Not iceberg, not romaine, not any other leaf. Butter lettuce. You have to use butter lettuce. And white onion. And you cut the white onion very thin, like paper thin slices almost. Okay, so the butter lettuce, white onion. If you wish to add cucumber, you can add cucumber. I don't. I just like the butter lettuce and the onion itself. But you could do cucumber. But again, if you're going to do it, thinly sliced cucumber. Okay, you don't want chunk anything. It's thin slices. And then white vinegar, probably, well, depending on the size of it and all that, I would say like a tablespoon of white vinegar, avocado or olive oil, salt to your liking. Also, you're going to need to do a little bit of sugar to kind of balance it out, but you don't want it too sweet. You want the vinegary tartness still there, but the sugar to level it just enough. And then the key ingredient, like any true like German dish often will have, is dill. So fresh dill, not dill from a thing, shaker, whatever. It's fresh dill. And you cut up that fresh dill all in that salad, and that's it. It's just a fresh dill, butter, lettuce, and white onion vinegar salad. Oh, and I do cracked pepper, but you don't have to. It is the most yummy, addicting, refreshing, like, you know, and it's just so good with in the dill, like, oh my God. So anyways, that's like my go-to thing right now. Like if I'm just like hungry, it's just so good. Emily, your mom used to make the Amish bread. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about then. Yeah, it is so good. Oh yeah, eggplant parmesan. Heck yeah. In fact, eggplant parmesan is I like that over like chicken parm. I'm not like, I have to be like really in the mood for stuff like that, like very rich and heavy, chickeny, you know, like that kind of breaded. But like eggplant parmesan, oh heck yeah. Like eggplant lasagna, or like, you know, like a veggie lasagna with eggplant and zucchini and all that versus like a meaty, cheesy lasagna. Sign me up for the veggie lasagna any day. Well, maybe we can do like a fun thing, like over the summer, like maybe we can do a couple fun things, or we do like just not like tarot related or anything, but maybe we do like a Zoom where like if you guys want to just come hang out on a Zoom, we can do that, like where we learn to make bread together, you know, or maybe do a Zoom where we just share kind of like different ideas or health tips or yummy recipes, or you know, like holistic things that maybe we could all try that are good for us. Like, oh, have you tried, you know, do you take Celtic salt daily? And, you know, do you know, black seed oil is really good, like stuff like that. So I don't know. My mind's already been there with a lot of this stuff, like just bringing people more together and just helping in that regard, you know, like just like this, basically, like what we're doing here, but on like a private Zoom or something, you know. I think that would be awesome. Oh yeah, I love me some blue cheese crumbles on a filet mignon, like a filet mignon with some blue cheese crumbles, but it has to be really good blue cheese, and I don't like it like over the top, me personally, like, you know, I'm very like, if I make it, I'll know what to do, you know, but yes, very good, yeah. Yep, gorgonzola, yeah, I love it. Yep, I'm mostly German, and our girl here speaks the truth. I hate cucumbers unless they're pickles, so I skip them too. Yep, yeah. Oh yeah, my Omi, she was like the best cook I've ever. Her food was the best food I've ever. I mean, 5-star restaurants, Michelin, like her food. She was the best cook, and she wasn't a chef or anything. She just was a good German cook because it was how she grew up, her family's recipes and stuff like that. Like my Omi told me stories like like with, you know, World War III and all that, like, or World War III, World War II. She was like her stories and like her memories, even though she was like little when it was happening, but like the sounds and like it was just like, I remember her like sharing that with me when I was like, you know, like, I don't know, like 12, 13 years old. We just talking, just wild stuff, wild stuff, wild stuff. So, yeah. It's really good, Em. You should try it. Baba Ganoush. Some baba ganoush. Did I say it right, Alex? Some baba ganoush. Does your mom, I was watching another one of my little quirky funny shows. Seinfeld's a classic, but the other one that I really like that's hilarious is Big Bang Theory. You know the show The Big Bang Theory that used to be on? And they're all like physicists or whatever. And they all work at like UCLA or whatever. But the one character, you know, like he's Jewish and his ma, you know, and it's always my ma's making what is it? Oh my god, now my mind's going blank. Total lifestyle channel stuff, yeah. I'm like, you guys, I'm supposed to be doing healings for you guys right now. I'm like, if I need to do live again tomorrow and do the healings, I will. Okay, we'll get to them in a second, but Psy guys. Okay, thanks, Em. They make their gummies without psilocybin and with natural ingredients. Okay. Yeah, so the one that I saw it's probably like similar, like it was all very natural, and you know, because I always go through, I look at like like making sure that like third party testing, like obviously no vegan, no animal cruelty. I try to find stuff that is B Corp certified, because if it's certified a B Corp is like if you purchase any like you know, like there's certain like Patagonia is a B corporation, you know, things like that, where it's like it's basically it's for the highest good. Okay, so those kinds of corporations, it's like best quality products, but like environmentally friendly, like they run a really good tight ship, like, you know, the workers are being treated well. It's different, you know. So I always try to look to make sure it's B Corp certified. But if it's not, I look for all the other things, like, you know, obviously like gluten-free, you know, all that. But I'll have to check them out too. Aw, thank you, Mark. That's really sweet. Thank you. Yeah, lifestyle portion in full effect, you know. Hey, but like this is the stuff, right? That we're always like, I don't know. I'm a wealth of knowledge in these ways. I really am. You know, for my whole life I've always joked like, I may not like have like, you know, I maybe didn't like finish college and like have a master's and stuff, but I'll tell you what, I have a master's in intellect and street smarts, and I am a brainiac in like the most random shit. Okay, like, you know, I know a lot of you guys are like that too. Yeah. Oh, okay, so now I see. I started something with the shows. Okay, yeah, so the Big Bang Theory, it's, you probably answered it. Yeah, Curb Your Enthusiasm for sure. I mean, anything like, anything Larry David. Anything Larry David, anything Jerry Seinfeld. Scrubs was really funny. Frasier was hilarious. Me and my mom were just talking about that like last weekend or Father's Day. We were talking about like some of these old shows, and Frasier is freaking hilarious. Yeah. But what is the freaking meal? I was hoping, Alex, you would know what I was talking about. Brisket. Thank you. It just came to me on The Big Bang Theory. My mom's making a brisket this Friday. We're gonna need a head count. And him and his ma are always yelling. What's his name? I can't think of his name right now, but she's always yelling at him. Super loud, and they're like 2 feet away from each other. Yeah, my mom's gonna make a brisket. And I'm always like, oh, the brisket sounds so good. I love me a good brisket. Yeah, brisket is great. Brisket is great. But I've never like made it. I don't know how to make it like how like Jewish make it. I would like a good Jewish ma's recipe for a good brisket. You know, I want to be honorable when I cook it, that I'm doing it in true fashion and make, you know, and make ma proud. Okay, thank you. Yay. Yeah, I've been wanting to make a brisket for literally like 6 months, and I'm like, I know I can like Google classic Jewish brisket, you know, things like that, but it's not the same. Slow cooked, yeah, for sure. Emily's like, my mom makes a good brisket too. Like, I mean, my family does brisket, but it's like my dad like smokes brisket, you know, like he does brisket like Texas style brisket, you know, like on a Traeger or the smoker, you know, things like that. But nope, never heard of that. The Maze Runners? No, I never heard of it. Sounds interesting though. Yeah, that's why I'm like, you know, it's like smoked brisket. I know, like, I'm just not a big fan of barbecue food like that. Like a lot of people love like barbecue food. I like barbecue if it's like slow cooked, if it's like a good like rub seasoning. I don't like sauce. I don't like barbecue sauce like that. I don't like saucy sauce. I don't like barbecue sauce ribs. I don't like barbecue sauce on anything chicken. No. But like a good like seasoning, a good rub, a good, you know, that I like. Love pulled pork. Love pulled pork. Oh, it is. It's 222. Right as I saw that, and then it turned 223. Hello, Alicia. Hello, sweetheart. Welcome in. All right, so we've been going for you guys. We are terrible, aren't we? Or I'm terrible. I'm terrible. Am I the bad influence? Am I peer pressuring you guys to keep talking? I'm just kidding. Like I've been here for 2.5 hours almost, and I haven't even gotten started. All right. Well, I'm gonna start wrapping this up, and I'm gonna start, and I'm gonna try to, because I honestly thought you guys know I thought at this point I thought I'd be done, or I thought I'd be just about finishing. Like I was like, if they keep me on schedule as far as like the channelings go, and I do 5 minutes per person, you know, like that should be a good flow, you know, that would be maybe tops like an hour and a half to get through everyone. But yeah, so it is fun. It is fun. So if you guys aren't mad at it, I'm not mad at it. Because, you know, but like I said, like I'll get started on this. And if I need to go live again tomorrow, I'll go live again tomorrow. And I know that you guys probably are all busy, and, you know, I don't expect the moderators to all be here. And if you can, you can, you know. But yeah. I didn't even realize that it was already 2:30. I mean, like, I know we've been on for a while, like, because I think like a while ago, or wasn't that long ago, I was like, oh my God, we've been on here for like 72 minutes already, or something like that. But it's nice to just hang out. I agree. You know, and everyone will get their energy work, and everyone will get their reading. I'm gonna just open this window just a tad. the wind is so crazy here today. It finally obliterated my wind chimes. My one beautiful wind chimes that I have on my, it hangs from a bay leaf tree. I have this beautiful bay leaf tree that sits in like the middle of my grass, my lawn out front. And it's actually a beautiful blue butterfly that hangs from one of the branches. And, you know, she's wind chimes, but it completely, like, all the wind chimes, like the metal pieces, are all over the lawn right now. There's like six of them lying there. I'm like, great. We are on par. Oh, you like the hat? Thank you. I know everyone always asks, where do you get your hat? Where do you get your hat? You know, because I wear like the same. I have like in my closet, you guys, trust me, I got hats. But there's, you know, I'm a creature of habit. So the ones I like, you know, it's like having a favorite shirt and you just wear it to death. It's like that. But this one, like all of them, they're just like little cheap felt hats that I find in random places, you know. Like I bought in a hat before, like the gas station. And then what I did was I took like this little leopard thing, which was actually like a drawstring to like an item of clothing of mine, and I glued the leopard, whatever you want to call it, cheetah. It's not cheetah. I don't know what it is, whatever. But yeah. All right. Yeah, the wind being crazy. Yeah. Also, I was like, I don't know, because I mean, Steph, you're in a completely different part of the country than I am, and so if it's crazy for you guys, that means solar winds. That means this wind right here. It's not quote weather. I mean, it is, but it's this is showing you the energy swirling on the sun right now. It's the, yes, winds of change and all the things, but it's the solar winds from the sun. It's the storms, the winds on the sun. And then everything that's coming down the storms, it's creating this here. Wild, totally wild. Winds of change, absolutely. Okay, let me ask you guys, I mean, since we're like just basically like, you know, hanging out and talking and doing all the things here. Did you guys feel the shift? Did you literally feel did you feel the shift? Like this last week, did you feel the shift? Like, we are not in Kansas anymore, amores. We are full blown in Oz and on the yellow brick road, honeys. We are not in Kansas anymore. And a lot of people, like, you know, and I talked about this in readings last few videos, but like I felt it. Like, I mean, I felt them before they were coming, which is why I shared, you know, like when our last live, remember my last live, I predicted, remember I was talking, I was like, I predict that we'll have another timeline jump or two or whatever in the next week or two, but it feels like it's going to happen at any moment. And then literally the very next day, we jumped a timeline. There was blackout on the Schumann resonance, and then said it again, and the very next day again, we jumped another timeline. And then like a few days later, we jumped two like bigger timeline jumps. So, you know, it's just, but that's also why, like me talking about the airplane I saw last night, suspended in the air, just completely glitching out until it stopped glitching. And then all of a sudden it was like a normal airplane again. It started flying, and all of a sudden you could hear the engine and the rumbling, and you know, but it was full on glitching for almost 3 minutes straight. Just like, I was like, you gotta be kidding me. And of course, like no one else is gonna see it or know what's happening, you know, because they're not gonna see the glitch the way I'm seeing the glitch. Unless they're, you know, in this vicinity of me and someone else is like very awoken and gonna see it. You know, otherwise people in the lower consciousness, they're not gonna see the glitches like that. They'll start to, everyone's gonna start seeing them, but you know what I mean. Really? So it felt more subtle to you. Interesting. I'm like, this is like the biggest shift I've ever felt. Not like the timeline jumps, but like with the solstice and, you know, yeah, like the quantum leaps and stuff, but more so like the shift with the energy of the solstice. It's almost like a silent, loud, it's silent but loud official announcement of here we fucking go. It's like that. You made it through. Now the second half of 2025, we are officially here. We are officially in it, and the solstice gateway and everything that's bringing you. So for me, it felt like night and day. Like I woke up and I literally feel like I feel like I'm on a different earth. I don't feel like I'm on the same earth. I feel like I'm on a different earth. That's the best way I can describe it. Like I'm not even standing on the same planet I was 2 days ago or a week ago. That's how it feels for me. And, even though I'm still standing on the same planet, it's it's like something just, and that's why, like right now with the solstice and just like everything right now, mi amor, is you gotta be prepared. People are gonna start going batshit. They're gonna start losing their damn minds. And I am not saying that jokingly, and I'm not saying that lightly. I'm saying that literally. Going insane. Going crazy. Because it's gonna just be too much. That's what happens. The shadow is all. We've been transmuting a lot of our own shadow. We've been doing a lot of the work. But the people who haven't, it's going to feel very all at once, very abrupt. That's why already we're seeing the freak out energy as is. And we're just barely beginning, you know what I mean? In that regard of the shadow upheaval. So, but it's, and that's what I mean by us being in our warrior role. Like, we're really going to have to hold it down. That's why we came. That's why we came. We didn't come here to be cute and see angel numbers. We came here to be warriors. Like, in a spiritual army. Because that's who we are. The army of God. Here, standing at the front lines of the other army. It's big. It's a big deal. But yeah, to me, it feels like I'm not even on the same planet. Like, I'm not on the same earth. Like, it's the same earth, but it just feels so different. Like, we have arrived. And like now the wind's starting to kick up all crazy right as I say that. But yeah, the next 2.5 years, this world is going to look a whole lot different. Alex, honey, it has nothing to do with your gifts. It has nothing to do with your gifts. It has literally just like you living on Earth. That's what I mean. Like, everyone on the Earth right now is like feeling it like it's almost like for some people who are like, for a lot of souls, that's what I mean by like the freak out and the insanity and like all this, like, we will see a lot of people unaliving themselves. It's just facts. It's just facts, because it's going to be too much to handle. It's just going to be too much. It's going to be too much for the human psyche without like soul evolution and healing attached with it. It's going to be very difficult for people to just exist, and a lot of people will. And a lot of what's happening, it's forcing like the pandemic, like what that did for like global awakening. It's kind of the same thing. So like the more that we're seeing this stuff unraveling, it's bringing more conscious awareness to things that maybe people thought were impossible before, like to a lot of people, the elite trafficking rings and all of this weird, satanic worship and all that's, if you talked about this 5 years ago or even 3 years ago or whatever, that would be like, you're out of your mind. That's crazy. That stuff's not real. Or they're not doing that. That, you know, Puff Daddy wouldn't do that. You know, that's how people think. Taylor Swift, no. No. Now, totally different, right? Now, because of the shift on the earth and the frequency, now even people who aren't awake, they can see it. This is real. It's bizarre. It's sick. It's crazy. But they feel they know it's real. You know? And they can feel this almost underlying, a lot of people, I feel it's like an existential dread of like, you know, and that's what, so people just don't, they're like, what is going to happen, you know? And that's what I mean. It'll either make you or break you, kind of a thing, you know? And so the ones like us, like, we came here for this. Like, we came here for this. That's why we are the ancient energies we are. We've seen this kind of stuff a million times over in other star systems, or but never on Earth. But, like, you know, we've dealt with this stuff similar, etc. to help eradicate it out, you know? So, I don't know. But, like, you know, like, people, like, I use, like, my dad, you know, like, my dad is, he's, like, one of the ones, and I'm going to say my brother, too, where, like, they are consciously very still asleep, but at the same time, because they're still having a human experience, a lot of what I talk about or share or other things, it resonates, you know. Especially my brother's more open, but but he's still closed, but it's like he's supportive of me, just like my dad, but, like, you know, and they love me and they're supportive, but when it comes down to it, they don't understand. And, you know, like, my brother's made comments before, like, not to me, but, like, to my mom and stuff, like, you know, well, I don't believe in that psychic stuff, and I don't believe in psychics, and, you know, I'm like, they can say they don't believe in it all they want. It doesn't change anything, you know, for me anyways. It doesn't bother me. But, like, my dad, you know, like, just tarot card, like, anyone could read tarot or pick up tarot, or, you know, he doesn't understand the deeper, like, the gifts of it all. And then the Christian side of him struggles with it because, right, like, supposedly you're not supposed to consort with mediums and psychics because the Bible, right, brainwashed everyone to think that we're consorting with the devil, when, you know, really we're just communing with our higher selves and our angels and spiritual guides. But God forbid people really know their power, because then they wouldn't need the church and everyone would know the truth and the church would be powerless, which is what is happening anyways. So anyways, you guys catch my drift. So it's like, my point of all this is that even the people who are not consciously fully awake, or maybe they're just starting, because a lot of people, they're not awake. It's like the subtle starting of, like, an awakening. But, you know, like my dad and my brother, you know, both of them will see angel numbers. They've started seeing the angel numbers. That's the first thing that starts happening when you barely start awakening. That's always the first thing. You start seeing the 1111 or the 1010 or whatever, you know. But are you open to the rest of it all? I don't know, you know. But my brother, I know, feels the shift. They know something huge is happening. They're still clinging to the 3D matrix and the government, and what are they going to do? And we trust them, and they've got us, and, you know, and I'm like, you know, and I can't say anything about, like, what I see prophetically, because they shut it down, because it's scary for them to hear, because they want to, you know, they want to live in the bubble. Not so much, like, I'm not talking about my brother, but, like, my dad. They want to live in the bubble of, you know, no one wants their illusion bubble. They don't want the bubble bursted with truth, because that's scary and it takes them out of their comfort zone, and that's the freak out. So, you know what I mean? But that's literally, like, what we all do. We literally are just living, breathing reflections of truth. And so, you know what I mean? And that's what I keep saying, my loves, because I love you guys. I love you. Be prepared for bizarre shit. Be prepared for bizarre behaviors, people flipping the script, people acting bizarrely, okay? Even people you think you know or you've known or a family member, or I'm telling you, it's going to be very bizarre. More bizarre than any, you know, than all our current whatever, you know. And also keep an eye on the people around you. Like for those of you guys where you're embodying your gifts and your truth and all that, and you know, the people around you know you're empathic, they know you're tuned into your spirituality, your soul, they know that you're psychic, or they know you're, you know, you work with divination or whatever it is, right? Watch out for the ones and keep your eye on the ones that constantly question you and push back on you. Okay? They always want to challenge what you're sharing, you know? Watch out for those ones too, okay? Sorry, there's like a big old truck with a big old horse trailer. Oh wait, hold on, I just got a second. I love where I live. It was a huge horse trailer, and the horse trailer said horse feather, like horse symbology, and then the feather symbology, and then pulling the big horse trailer was a big like red like Ford like big diesel truck type deal or whatever, and all the windows were, and at first I, like, you guys saw me, I did a second glance, you know, like the second take. There was some really cute men in that truck. Okay, they had the windows down, you know, arms hanging out the side, you know. And then because right now, like, they just planted the corn all around me, you know, in the fields. So right now, like, the all of the like ranchers and the people who work for like the irrigation like district out here and stuff, like, which are always really hot guys. They're always driving around in like their irrigation trucks and stuff right now. And I have an irrigation well for the fields right next to me and in front of me. Literally, like, I'm sitting on my front porch and it's like 15 feet away from me, the well that they have to come and turn and open. And they have to do it manually like twice a day right now, like once in the morning and once at night. And so like I keep having these like and I'm just like, happy solstice season, happy Cancerian season, happy holidays. I'm just like, all I need to do is sit outside and literally the universe, and you guys know I've talked about this before. And then one of my girlfriends, I call her my girlfriend because she's one of my girlfriends. But she's beautiful, but she's like, you know, like 68, I think. You know, I've always been an old soul. I've always ran with like somewhat older people, or like been friends with older people. But you know, anyways, she's a sister priestess, and she's like, or maybe she's like 71. I don't know. She's somewhere around there, like between that age. But she's like gorgeous, you know, Latina, like in her heyday, you know, and she's still beautiful. She's still beautiful. And she's like this very, like, her sensuality and sexuality is just so fierce. Like she's one of those where she's like super magnetic feminine, because she just knows she's gorgeous. And it doesn't matter that she's like, you know, 70 years old. She knows she's still beautiful. And she has guys my age trying to get with her, you know, and it's not in like a weird, like, mommy save me kind of a way. It's like, damn, like, she's still got it. It's like that, you know? So anyways, but she was just like a week ago or so, she was like, we were catching up, and she was like, yeah, she was like, I have a cowboy for you. And I was like, don't play. And she's like, no, like, she's like, really? She's like, but, I was like, well, do I know? Because, you know, I'm like, if you are saying you know a cowboy for me, because she's like, he's your age, you know. And this is how she talks, and this is how she is. And she is, oh yeah, she is such a feminine Venusian Aphrodite goddess. She was like, he's too young for me. She's all, otherwise I would have already did him. That was her exact words. Or otherwise I would have already done him. That's what she says. I'm like, well, it's good to know that you, you know, might have done my future possible husband or whatever. But anyways, it's just funny. But she's like, no, I really have, you know, and I'm like, so I know who this person is, because clearly, like, there's no, like, I have to know of them or something. Out here, it's not, you know, small towns, everyone knows everyone on some level like that. She's like, yeah, like, you know, like, basically. And she was like, and he's always thought you were just like the most adorable. And I'm like, okay. So now it's like this cowboy guy that somehow I probably know who it is on some level. And he's always thought I was adorable. So therefore, he's known who I was for a while or for years or however long, you know. And so I'm like, I'm not even going to stress about it. And I was like, well, okay, so what's the holdup then? You know, like, why are you? She's like, well, because he just got out of like a relationship thing like not too long ago. And she was like, and he's just, you know, he's taking his time to heal, and like, he's not intervening, you know, he's not entertaining anyone right now, but he's expressed like thorough interest towards you, like when he's ready, like, can you set it up, kind of a thing. And I was like, oh, okay, well, that's cool. My point is that like the masculines are masculining, and the love is loving, and the things are popping. So anyways, I know I just like talked for like 5 minutes straight, but now let me go back and get the some of the comments. Em, are you talking to me? You live a magical life, girl. Wow. I think we all live a magical life. If you're talking to me, I think we all live a magical life every day. But yeah, I tend to, I don't know what the hell. It's not like magical. It's more like insane. Like the stuff that like happens. Like, for instance, oh, and I posted this on my Instagram stories a few days ago. The last 3 days have been insane. Like, with the stuff, like last night was the airplane, the glitch. That was crazy. And I put, that's in my stories on Instagram right now. It's a sucky video because it's at night and it looks all pixelated, but you can see the flashing lights. But then like by the time I grabbed my phone and I was like, you know, then my hand was like, so it looks like it kind of moved, or what, you know, like I was moving it with my hand basically. But I was like, I explained. So there was the airplane thing last night, and then the day before, the day before, actually last couple days, like every single day. And this is why I'm talking about the demonic possession and the deep infiltration and stuff like that. You guys, this is not like, oh, I know it's out there, Erica, but you know, like it's almost like a disbelief underlying is what I still feel from people. People close to me included. People that know my gifts, that know all the things, you know, but it's okay. It's just, that's the fear program. It really is. It's the fear. So people, you know, but anyways, witnessing people completely flip right in front of my eyes. Like where my heart is like, what happened? What happened to you? What got you? And that's a part of my job. So that's somewhat some of the things I've been tuning into, you know, a way like that you guys don't see on YouTube. You know what I mean? Like this is the shit. This is my life. But I'm not alone. Like this is the life of many light workers, you know, and that's what I mean by like when I said earlier, like Stephanie, I think it was you. You asked about something about the thing about your gifts, and then I was like, that's crazy that you said that because, and then I said there was another part of that because I actually got like a downloader message about that. And it was that, you know, you're receiving gifts or you're opening up and you're receiving gifts and activations and stuff, like so many. And everyone's activations are different. You know, we're all receiving stuff from the sun, the central sun, you know. But like what activates in me is different than what activates in you. Or what I'm ready to receive, maybe you're not. Or you're ready to receive and I'm not. You know, so it's always different for everyone. But are we all being blasted? Yes, we are. But my point with that is that like your vibe attracts your tribe, and you guys know if you've been with, right? I always say this because it's true. It's so true. Like if you're guided to join my channel, whether it's through Twin Flame or this or that, it's because you're an old soul. You're ancient. And you came with a big soul purpose, which is, that's all I channel and I guide and I teach on this channel. That's all we talk about is these unions, yes, the zodiacs, and everything else. The downloads and the messages that you are receiving. For some of you guys, it's very different than what other people are receiving or going through or, you know, meant to share or things like that. And I'm just a reflection of you and vice versa. So how Emily goes, whoa, like, you know, I don't know if she was talking to me. I think she was. She's like, whoa, you're magic. You know, your life is magical. Like, girl, I'm like, my life is highly spiritual. That's the difference. My life revolves mostly around my spiritual side, my truth, my authenticity, and my soul. It doesn't revolve around the matrix like most people, you know? Like, I'm still a part of it. And yeah, like I have to deal with it just like everyone else. But the majority of my life daily is not matrix, false matrix. It's divine matrix. And so that's why I do see a lot of the shit. I see where I get a lot of the stuff I get because I'm vibing in the divine matrix. And I've disconnected so much from the false matrix, you know? And so that's where you guys are doing. And that's what every day when I'm showing up here on this channel and I'm channeling, this is the kind of, like, that's where I'm helping everyone to like ascend into, or any little thing I can do to help get you more there into the divine matrix and less false matrix. Because your souls, where the stuff you're receiving, it's all connected to and in tune with the divine matrix, and it's here for you to bring it through and to share it however you share it, however it happens for you. But the insight, the way showing, the guidance, the love, the support, like everything you are receiving, it's different. I'm telling you, for a lot of you, it's different. It's very different. You know, I think every spiritual like worker out there and light worker, whatever you want to call us, I mean, honestly, like everything is spiritual. So it's just, we will get to a point in the evolution here where, you know, I will no longer and you will no longer, we won't have to say things like that. Oh, spiritual community. It's just community. Spiritual gifts. It's just your innate senses. You know, stuff like that. But for right now, we do have to label things a bit because everyone's in different places. At least that's what I do, you know? That's what I do. There's other like light workers out there that can channel. I mean, not channel, but, you know, I've seen a lot of people, and I don't know. This is where I have issues with it because, like, I see a lot of like the spiritual ego out there where they're just like, you know, basically like, you know, drop the labels. And, you know, that's why I say I'm a psychic medium and a priestess. Someday I won't need to say any of that. I don't need to say it. I want to say it. I say it because that's how people know, like, if they're, let's say I'm the very first tarot channel or psychic channel on YouTube that this one soul has ever seen in before. They just got, you know, their higher self said, go on YouTube. You know, they're fresh in their awakening right now. And I'm the very first video they ever see as far as this stuff goes. And this is what I'm talking about with the spiritual community and people, like, people will lead from a place that they're at. Never mind the people tuning in. They will speak to you and lead from a place where they are at. I don't do that. If I was leading and teaching from where I'm at, not like, you know what I mean? Many people tuning into my readings, they'd be totally lost. They'd be lost. They wouldn't know what I was talking about. You know? And to me, that's a disservice. To me, that's a disservice. Oh, well, you know, drop the labels and that's your ego. No, it's not. It's the opposite of my ego. Because I'm trying to connect with what I know people will connect with. And in another maybe 6 months or a year, that stuff, we won't have to do that. You know, we will be able to fully drop the labels. We will be able to, you know. Anywho, you guys understand what I mean? I don't lead from, you know, from me and this is where I'm at. So either you know what I'm talking about or you catch up. And too bad. You know, I talk in my readings like I'm talking to the person who's never seen a tarot psychic reading in their life. And then I talk to those who have seen them a million times over and know everything. You know, and that to me is how we should be as way showers of love and truth and light. You know, is being able to reflect many different levels of the journey to many different levels of souls. I don't know. Am I crazy? Do you guys think that's right or not? You know, basically my point is, you know, like how we say, like, we got to dumb it down a bit. That's all I'm doing, like, daily. Is like, you know, I don't want to say dumb it down like, oh, I'm dumbing it down because people are dumb. It's not that at all. It's, I'm glad when I was starting my awakening, you know, or I was going through certain things, I'm glad that there were certain teachers or certain people that popped in and out or something that did dumb it down for me. You know, like when they were talking about like the higher realms and the dimensions and, you know, like deep diving into your subconscious field and shadow work. And I was like, what? Huh? How do I do that? What is that? What do you mean, my shadow? What do you mean all the things like that? What do you, dragons, the dragon realm, dragon fire, phoenix rise? What are you talking about? I remember all that and I will never forget it. And I will never forget the ones who treated me poorly because of it and the ones who lifted me up because of it. So I will always be the one that lifts people up, you know. I don't know. Now again, I'm just rambling again. Let me catch up on some comments. I'm like, apparently Erica really needed a share today. And I'm glad that you guys are here too and we're all talking. But I just saw that. So Stephanie says, yeah, it felt like a level up. Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's exactly the feeling. It's like for me, it feels like the world Erica was in yesterday is no longer the same. It's a level up. Yeah. And the solstice, like I said, it's like the stamp of like the sunshine and the summer and like what's to come. And it's like, it's a season for me. It's like the warmth, right? The summer energy. Like you got to think of like, it's the summer is like think of spring, summer, think of the wands and the cups. That's your spring, summer. So wands and cups. Those suits represent those seasons. So, I'm pretty sure, don't quote me on this, hold on. I want to say the wands is summer. The wands is summer and the cups are spring. But then again, it could be the opposite. I don't know, it doesn't matter, but that's the vibe. Yeah, that's more what I felt like, silent but loud. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Or it's like, you know, like when you feel like the Schumann spike or something like that, you know, you could feel like the energy or something going on or your ears start ringing extra crazy or, you know, stuff like that. But yeah, this one, it's like for me, I don't know, like the best way I can describe it was like, you know, while I was asleep, like Santa Claus came in and like replaced Earth with like a different Earth, but it was like you know, like that's what it felt like. I woke up, I'm like, whoa, everything is different today. Everything is different today. Everything is different today. And this is like, to me, even though like we've already been fulfilling prophecy and all the things, and you know, but to me, like right now, like especially like this last week and going forward, like the week leading up to this official solstice date and gateway. And now, right now, like now, okay, so now we're in the solstice and now we're like in the beautiful, like build up, like home stretch to Lionsgate this year. Lionsgate this year is going to be catalytic. It's going to be huge. So big. So big. So But yeah, Emily, absolutely. And then Lola says the physical vessel is still here, but the light body has jumped. Yep. But it's like also, but like my physical body feels upgraded. Like all of a sudden, like, I mean, I don't know, like, all of my, like water, like the water weight, the puffiness I've been talking about, like everything just, it's like when we're having a big influx of where like a lot of the old stuff that's been permeating inside of you or whatever it is, when the energy starts pulling that up to the surface to be finally released for good so you can receive more new energy and light, that's when we start to feel like our bodies being like it's being stretched to the max, like water retention, tight skin, puffiness, like all the things, pain, that's not, you know what I mean? But like for me personally, my physical, I can feel the literal, like the upgrades, and I can feel the literal physical difference, and I can see the fit, like all of a sudden, I don't know if you guys can tell, but like the past, and we're on YouTube Live, no filters, okay? Not allowed. They don't do it. Well, I think you can do like, I don't know, let me go over here and see. I never use them, so I don't know. But I think it's like when you upload like a YouTube short, it's not like a filter like Instagram where it will like smooth your skin and make your lips bigger. Like it's like a, you know, do you want the pink to be pinker, or, you know, like that, you know? But anyways, no filter. But my, like the last like 6 months, my bags under my eyes have been so creased and like deep. And then I was like getting like super bags, like puffy, because losing sleep and just stress and all these other fun things of the physicality of the Ascension symptoms and protocols. Being very bloaty, very puffy, you know, like just, you know, like feeling like the double chin with the puffiness, and, you know, the swollen fingers, and just not feeling at home in my body, but not, you know, judging myself for feeling ick, like just being like, this is weird. Like, this is so weird. Now everything, like I said it would, if you guys, you know, you heard me talk about this, I'm like, it's just through the cycle. And once the cycle completes or you've moved through it, like for me, everything will just start dropping off. Then the level up, glow up energy starts kicking in, which is really cool. Your skin is glowing, you know, my bags are just like not using any special under eye cream. I didn't change anything. It's just literally, this is what happens. So it's glowing from the inside out, baby. So now my physical body is fully upgrading, and I'm here for it, because all of a sudden, all of that weight is just starting to drop. I'm feeling the energy. Like, you know, we've been talking about this for like the last few months, especially. I'm like, all of a sudden, how many times have you guys heard me say that? All of a sudden, you'll just start feeling energized instead of lethargic. You'll start feeling happier and more euphoric instead of womp, 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 like Eeyore from Winnie the Pooh, just another day as a donkey. Like, you'll start feeling more, you know, faith instead of like self-doubt and questioning everything. You'll start feeling more like just clear-headed, and I see where I'm going, and this is not, nothing's going to stop me, you know, versus fear, whatever it is. But especially like the physical and mental and emotional glow up, it is so big. So that's for all of you guys too. And I know, like, you know, you guys are feeling it, and like I know, and the physical part of the physical upgrade is also like your dieta and what you're not wanting and wanting right now, which is why I say it's so important. My body right now is wanting a ton of, yes, hydration and water. You know, I've got these like, you know, like fruit and veggie, like a greens powder packet, you know, like your daily like intake of veggies, and then it's like a prebiotic, not a probiotic. But I do take a prebiotic, because if you don't take a prebiotic with a probiotic, you're wasting your money, or you're wasting the probiotic. You have to do the both together or whatever, or, you know, combined. But I get like from Costco, like these little greens packets. So I've been doing those, or I drink my juice, or I drink like just to level out the pH levels in my body, which is another huge one. Okay, especially if you're a ladies, perimenopause, if you're, you know, over 40, you know, 40 to 45 or even older, you know, your cortisol levels, like your hormones, everything, you know. So I'm doing everything I can to naturally balance the pH levels within my body, to hydrate, to get rid of things, you know, whatever needs to go. But just very naturally, things will start happening for us. And men too, you know, it's no different for them. Weight should start falling off, you know. I mean, I'm not saying like a guarantee, but I'm telling, if it's like weight you put on during like a very dark night or a difficult time, that's why, you know. So I could talk all day long about this stuff, you guys, but I just like sharing, you know, whatever with you guys. And, you know, I know it resonates, and that's why I know you guys are like cool with listening, because you're just like, yes, like this is like what is it? Like food for my soul. It's fuel for my soul. It's like exactly what I need right now. Alex, the chat is the only way I can tell about the crazies. Oh, he calls them crazies. Yes. Spiritual warriors. Yes. Amen. Yes. 100%. Yeah. I've been getting that it's so important who we choose to be around right now too. And I've been feeling very called to be around soul family and to move away from where I'm at. Yes, sweetheart, yes. Very important. Absolutely. That's very in alignment. Now, what I want to also say, hold on, let me read Alex's. I do think and see that the world is more awakened than before. Absolutely. Yeah, you can tell. There's a buzz, you know? You just know, you feel it, yeah. Definitely more consciousness, more divine consciousness going off here, you know. Even to the ones that are still very asleep, there's some little tinge of it, you know. Like I said, like my papa, my dad, you know, he's very stubborn Mexican, very stubborn. Bless his heart. I love my dad, but you know, and me and him have a, you know, I'm daddy's girl, you know, like, you know, and as an adult, like I'm not as close as we once were, but that love and connection of father-daughter is, you know, it's a strong one, you know. So that's what I mean. He can't understand what I do. Like he knows what I do. Like I was there for Father's Day when that was on Sunday Saturday. Because remember last Friday, we went live, and that's when I was talking about the prediction of like, I can feel it, you guys. We're about to jump some freaking timelines, and it's going to happen, like, and then it literally happened the next day. Yes. So I was there at my parents' house when I was in the kitchen, and I was like sharing that with my mom, and I was showing her like, because I found it in the live, and I was like, see this, I'm talking about it or whatever, and then here is like what happened. And so then my dad walks in the kitchen, and he's like, oh, Mr. Nosy guy, you know, FOMO, fear missing out of what they're talking. He's like, what are you guys talking about? What's going on here? What are you showing, Erica? You know, and I was like, oh, Dad, perfect timing, you know, because I always love like, see, Dad, like you can't make this stuff up, and this stuff has nothing to do with tarot cards. Because he's like, I could do what you do. I could do tarot cards. I'm like, Dad, like I love you, but I don't, like I'm not like a tarot reader like that, you know. So it's just, you know, it's funny, but I understand. So anyway, so I show him that, and he was like, I'm like, and trust me, he's seen plenty of things, you know, but that's how the fear programming works, because you know, my dad knows what's up. He knows what's up. He knows that, you know, my gifts are real. He knows that his daughter is gifted. He knows, you know, and he'll say things many, you know, oftentimes like, like, I love you, I love you, daughter, I love you, honey, like, dad's proud of you, like, I think what you do is really awesome, and, you get to help people, and, he says things like that, but then another moment, or 5 minutes, or an hour later, you could be talking about the same thing, and he shut down, whereas before he was more, that's the program, that's the, because it's unsettling. It challenges his belief system, and so it always has that, and so that's what a lot of you guys deal with too, and it's just, that's how it is being a starseed or light worker. We were born into karmic families, or we were born into families that have very low consciousness, or very deep patterns, and very toxic stuff going on, or dysfunction, or carpet sweeping, that's, for my family, that's what it is. Our family, my family, like my direct family, not like my dad, my mom and stuff, it's not like alcohol. I mean, yeah, like my grandparents and going back, but like that stuff ended with my parents. They both, like my mom doesn't drink at all, and my dad, he'll have like beers here and there, but he's not an alcoholic. But I mean, my dad is polar opposite of that. So, what was I just saying about that? That has to do with the generational stuff. So anyway, so with my direct, my direct family, like my parents and like our little family, it's about our throat chakras. It's about the throat chakras. It's about carpet sweeping. It's about dysfunction in that way. Like, you have an argument, someone blows the lid, and then 15 minutes later, everyone's acting like everything is okay and it never happened and we never discuss it. And it's just this elephant in the room. And then that you know what I mean? It's like that. And of course, every family has their stuff, but that's more so our stuff. And so it's just really, that to me is worse. You know what I mean? Like, I'm like, I don't know. I'd almost rather have alcoholism like that over the eggshells and the, like that, and I know a lot of you guys connect with that, and I know a lot of you guys relate. It's very it's everyone in my, I love my family, but everyone in my family, not me, but like their throat chakras are very blocked. Very blocked. So like I'll be talking to them, and every single time before they say something, literally, they have to clear their throat. That's how you know someone has a super, it's, or it depends on what you're talking about too. If it's like something that's like a super trigger, as far as like their truth, or you're challenging their truth, or the authenticity, or, things like that, you pay attention when you talk to people next time. You can always tell. You could read the room real fast. So it's like before they say anything, they have to clear the throat. So anyway, so I was saying, always clearing the throat. That's my family. I used to be like that too, I noticed. And that's like when I started breaking that, it was gone. It was gone, And my mom's on her, she's awakening too. So, it's interesting. It's interesting. I feel that too. That's how it is with my dad and brother. Yeah, and you shared with me before. Our dynamics are very similar. I love it. They always talk to me about what the Bible's. Yeah, and yeah. Yes. About being aware of false prophets in the final days and such. Yes, exactly. Yeah. So, another lovely thing that my dad will do. I love my dad. I can't say it enough. I love my father. He's a good dad. He's not, we weren't like getting our asses beat and, abused. And, we got spanked, and my brothers, especially my brothers, were the ones that were always getting spanked because they were boys that were just little shitheads. But, he, like, every family has their patterns in the dysfunction, and ours runs deep AF. But for me, growing up, it could have been so much worse. But that's how I chose it. That's how I chose it when I came here. The big heavy stuff was more so later on in childhood and in life. You know what I mean? And a lot of people in my age group, I've noticed a lot of starseeds in my age group specifically. I'm not talking about like indigos and people in like their 50s, 60s, 70s. that are older than me. I'm talking about like, you know, 30s, for my age group. I'm going to say like if you're 35 to like 45 right now, we are the curse breakers. We hold a lot on our shoulders in that regard, but we are the curse breakers. And for a lot of us, I mean, yeah, I know a lot of people, like it was, you know, everyone has different reasons, but I think for a lot of us, in what I've seen, we actually grew up pretty decent compared to our other lifetimes, you know, childhood trauma, inner child stuff. So like I said, we all have our stuff. I'm not saying that we don't have I for sure have inner child trauma and wounds. And it was more so not stuff being done to me, like some children, you know, they're being hit or abused or, you know, worse, sexually abused, you know, things like that. I think for a lot of us, it wasn't necessarily that. It was that stuff like happening later, but it was the stuff around you that was happening. It was the environmental energy that was so like brutal for you to be around. And that's what, you know, saturated in kind of a thing. But I know that plenty of you guys had stuff happen, or, you know, there was this or that, or, you know, I'm just saying like on like, from what I've, as a psychic, as a seer, as the work I do, what I've seen, what I've tuned into, like it's people around like my age group of star souls and things like that. It may not have been so like traumatic, like, oh, this is happening to me. It was more so, this is traumatic, what's happening around me. And it was a lot, you know? So anyways, just had to share that too. And then going back to what you said, Emily, about like how like your dad, like they say like this stuff about like the false prophets and be careful about all that. And not my brother actually, like our relationship has gotten really, really good. We've gotten a lot closer because, you know, our youngest brother's gone and it's just me and him. And you know, we've always had we will always like love each other and have each other's backs. That's never been a question. Like I've never been at odds with my brothers. I've never been at blows with my, you know what I mean? Like there's never been that. Like it's just, we're just different, you know? We're just different. We've all had our own things going on, whatever. But me and my brother Adrian, we've gotten much closer. Like over the last like, I'm gonna say like the last like 6 months. You know, we've gotten a lot closer. Like we check in with each other, like, you know, not daily, but almost daily. We're always sending each other like funny videos, and he always is sending me stuff like, you know, like reels, and it's like POV, point of view. You have a sister, and it's always stuff like, or you know, and it's like a whale, you know, a beached whale, you know, point of view. You have a sister, and it's like this beached whale. You know what I mean? Like he sends me stuff like that, like he's making fun of me, and but I do it too, you know. But that's like our little banter, you know. Or he'll send me like the real videos where it's like, you know, I bet my sister doesn't think I love her, but I would do anything to, you know. And then you think it's gonna be something sweet, and it's like I just said, like the one he sent me recently was like it was a manatee. It was a manatee, which I love manatees. I did a report all about manatees. I was obsessed with them, like in like 3rd or 4th grade. Another story for another time. Just more Atlantis stuff coming through. But it was like a big fat manatee, like floating like in like a, you know, like SeaWorld, like a you know, like a little pool or something. He's like, I bet my sister doesn't think I love her, but I would do anything to help her get out of this cage, you know, stuff like that. So it's just funny. But, you know, I also have noticed that like when we start awakening, it can be really weird, like where people will, they use their awakening. It's not just healthy boundaries, but people will start using like their awakening in an unhealthy way, you know, to treat family members like shit, or to treat other people like shit, and they go, oh well, I'm just having healthy boundaries. I'm like, no, you're being a bitch. That's what you're doing. You're not. This is not. You got it wrong, you know, or you're being an ass, you know. And that's one thing that I've never done to my family. I've pulled away, and I pretty much have stopped going to most big family functions. When I say big, I mean like cousins, aunts and uncles, and friends and family. You know what I mean? I stopped going because every time I go, I get attacked. I get brutally attacked by my own family, by my aunt. She's the worst. I've talked about her plenty of times. I love her. She's family, but that's like, I have love for her, but that's like, you know, in fact, like my whole family is at my cousin's house today, and it's his son's first birthday party, and I'm here with you guys. But granted, it's like their third kid, and I know we're supposed to, it's very sweet, and I send them love and all the things, you know, but no, I have no business being there. So anywho, if you are new, you guys know I share everything because I'm just transparent. Like I said, I feel like it's a disservice. Obviously, I'm not going to share my whole life. That's none of anyone's business. I don't even want it being my business, some of the stuff happening in my life or that's happened in my life. You know what I mean? Like, but to me, I don't know. And I've always been like that, like super real, super raw. It makes people uncomfortable a lot of times. You know, now I understand, like, fast forward, like, I've always been like this, and now I see why I was always like this. I just didn't know that me being like this was going to help people someday like this, you know? But that's what I mean. Like when I see people in the spiritual community and they're like, it's so distorted ego to me too. Like people, it's like this, okay? Tell me if you've witnessed this, because I sure as heck have. People start a YouTube channel, or they start whatever. Their Instagram starts blowing up, or their TikTok takes off, or whatever. Then all of a sudden they think they're like a celebrity. And they will act like that. They will carry themselves kind of like that. Like they're accessible, but not accessible. You know? You guys can come and follow my account all you want, but I will only... This is how you know someone is a true fucking weirdo and spiritual narcissist. Is if they have like 50 or 100,000 Instagram followers and they follow one person, stay away. Stay away is my advice. That person is a spiritual narcissist, like sociopath. They want, you know what I mean? I've deleted like 2,000-3,000 people that I followed on Instagram because I was, you know, I've had my Instagram since I was like, I don't know, since it came out. I was like 26. It's like 14 years ago. There was definitely a lot of accounts that bad energy, old timelines, or who Erica used to be, who she's not anymore, all that jazz, you know. So I went through and I like gutted out a whole bunch of people. But, you know, a lot of you guys, like even my friends and, you know, clients and stuff, followers, you know, subscribers, you guys follow me on Instagram, I follow you back. I'm not like that. Unless like, you know, and I don't follow everyone back because I'm still discerning with energy and all that. But that's what I mean by like the spiritual ego and people that do that stuff. But yeah, like, that's my goal for myself at the ageless. You are really beautiful and very important to me. No. LOL, me too, girl. I don't really have a lot of friends, but the ones I vibe with the most are in their 50s. Okay, see, I'm way behind. The thing doesn't move. Alex is, I've been holding on to that one. Aw. I probably didn't realize it was you though, honestly. You know, I mean, when people follow me, you know, and if I don't recognize that it's you, I've I've had people follow me, and because because they didn't have, like, I'll go check their account, like, because, you know, like, I be getting crazies all the time. So I'll go check the account, and if it's like, oh, this is a brand new account, or they just made it like a few weeks ago, and if I don't know who that person is, or if they have like, I will block them. I will literally block them. Go boom. I don't even want you in your energy, like, you know. And then I've had people like be like, Erica, like they'll like email me and they'll be like, Erica, this is such and such from YouTube. I just started following you on Instagram and you blocked me. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. They're like, yeah. You know, so it's either like, oh, my account's new, or, oh, it's not my name on the account, you know, and I don't really follow anybody and I don't have any posts. That's what I look for. I'm like, if you don't have any posts, or if, you know, it kind of just, you know, I'll just, you know. But anyways, you know how it be. Ain't nobody got time to be, you know, we don't got time to be screening all of the things. But if I knew it was you, Alex, of course I would have followed you back. Even though apparently it sounds like your page is boring anyway, so. Let me read a few of these comments. Yeah, the eggshells and carpet sweeping is the worst. It's, to me, it's the most toxic. You know, at least an alcoholic is, all their shit's out there. You know what I mean? Or a drug addict or whatever, you know? Like, it's out there. Like, this is who I am. I know I'm an F up. You know, I know it's toxic, you know? But the ones, that's to me the worst. And that's what I know so many of us are in these dynamics of like the patterning and stuff. It's like that. It's the uncomfortable, the elephant in the room. It's the dysfunction like that, you know? Like my twin, it's the same thing with his family dynamic too. It's crazy. And like the deep, and this is like, you know, it's just wild. It's just wild. So anyways, but that's why we're here. We're making it all better, right? Like we are, it ends with us. It ends with us, you know, hopefully it does, you know, hopefully we can all, you know, do what we came here to do, you know, at least, like, you know, I can't speak for the rest of my initiations through the rest of my life, but I can say, like, even if for some reason I'm not able to fulfill my initiations from this point on, we'll say, I know that I know that I ended a lot for my bloodline and my lineage and my ancestors, and that's powerful enough. You know what I mean? So. And J. Cole says her family's the same way, yeah. Ancestral programming and energies healing clearing has been amongst the most difficult and heaviest soul work for me in the journey. And until recently, I had no idea how prevalent these energies are. Yes, beautiful that you said that, because that's another huge thing, is right now, tell me this doesn't resonate when I say this. Okay. And not just family stuff, not just familial stuff, but I'm sorry, but my skin is glowing. Like, the lines in my chest, like, my skin was, like, I just was not, I don't know. Like, if you go back on a few of my videos, lives from, like, the last, like, couple months or something like that, like, I'm sorry, but I'm like, I don't know why I'm apologizing. I'm tooting my horn right now because something, I can see it. Like, I haven't been on, like, I can see it, like my skin and like my, like I said, my bags and like my, like everything is just like doing it again. The last time this happened, I know I've shared this with you guys before, but the last time this happened, because I'm a small person, okay? When you meet me or like Steph and those of you guys who are going to be in France, or, you know, and someday after, like, starting in 2026, I would really like to, I've always wanted to do this, but I would like to do, like organize, like, maybe, like, a couple meet and greets, like, where I fly out to, you know, a city like LA or New York. I have a lot of people in New York that follow, Los Angeles. I have a lot of, like, SoCal people, and, you know, like, here in the States, you know, but I want to do, like, things like that, where it's, like, meet and greet, and, like, you know, fly in for like a day or two and like hang out and like go to dinner or like, you know, have a little event, things like that. So anyways, and I'm like, not because I think I'm a celebrity and because I'm like, come on guys, you want to meet me? It's just because I want to meet you. Because I want to meet you. That's why. Because I want to meet you. But when you meet me, you know, it's like when you see a celebrity in real life. I'm not. It's like though when you see a celebrity in real life, you know, and you're like, oh my God, they're like so much smaller than I thought they'd be. They look so much bigger or taller on TV. It's like that, you know. That's like me. You guys probably think I'm 5'2", so I'm short, 5'2". And like my regular like weight is like 100 pounds. I'm like 5'2" and like 100 pounds. That's like my, so up until like, you know, 2024 starting, the year of the dragon, when like, you know, for me it was like, that was the ultimate death, and we've been here ever since, and now it's the final rebirth, and I'm like so excited. But that's when I started like slowly but surely like putting on the LBs, and I'm like, not going to judge myself over it. Like I've never been that woman. I will never be that woman where I look at myself and I'm like, oh my God, you know, I'm just like, well, look what we have here now. You know, we've got a little extra love here and here and here. And it'll all naturally fall away when it's meant to and when the time is right, you know. And that's what happens. So last time when I actually because I'm just naturally like tiny, like petite, my bones are small, like my wrists like are literally almost like the same size wrists as like my 4-year-old little niece. Like it's crazy, like tiny. When this happened to me last time, it was an influx of weight gain. Like this, like not like crazy. Actually, no, last time it was more, because last time I was with my abusive karmic ex, the one I always talk about, you know, my last one. He was the final like breaking of the wheel. But I had gained like 60 pounds on my, so I was like almost 100. It was like I weighed like 155. I weigh like 150. Like right now I weigh like 127, you know? So I'm not even like at like 130, but like 127. So, okay, so I've gained like almost 30 pounds, you know? Which again, like, okay, it'll fall off. And same thing for you guys too. So, you know, I mean, I'm not claiming to know all the things, but like I can just sense it and see it, that some of the weight you put on or some of the weight you're holding on to or having a hard time losing, it has nothing to do with like your diet or the nutrition or things like that. I mean, of course, you know, if you're eating KFC 4 times a day for a year, like that's going to be, you know, but what I'm saying is I see that like your diet is actually pretty good, or things haven't really changed that much, but yet the weight piled on or packed on, or you're having a hard time losing like, you know, 10 pounds of it or something like that. It's because it's protective weight. It's your safety net. It's your safety blanket. It's your safety blanket. It's your security blanket, like a child with their little security blanket. You know, it's the same thing. It's just weight, energetic weight. But the last time that I gained, like when I gained all that weight, it was when I was with him, and you know, it was after, you know, my brother had died. And I was like, just in like the deepest of grief and mourning. I was getting totally wasted, like every single day. Like I just didn't even want to live, honestly. Like I was just drinking myself to death, or I was trying to. Maybe not with that in mind of like, oh, this is my goal while I'm drinking. But like, it was like, I'm just going to keep drinking to numb myself. And if something happens to me, I don't even care. I don't care. It was like that. And so, anyways, so long story short is I put on all this weight, and then it made me feel even worse because at that time, you know, I was with someone who was extremely physically, emotionally, verbally abusive, especially like he was, you know, like mentally and emotionally abusive through words. And that's what he would attack, is my body, my self-esteem, my, you know, anything he could attack, you know, like, he would attack it, right? So then I started protecting myself even more and putting on more weight. Well, little did I know that somewhere else in the world, I had a twin flame. And that he was going through the same exact thing that I was going through at the very same moments and years, and the timelines were identical. Both extremely toxic environments with people that were extremely psycho and sociopathic and narcissistic. You know, so it was just like crazy, you know. And then before I met him, like before I even knew who he was or he existed, all of a sudden, like 6 months before he came in and I met him, all of a sudden, just like right now, the weight just melted. Just started melting away. I wasn't doing anything different. I wasn't eating different. One thing I did start doing was I was walking more, but I mean, I lived in the mountains with my abuser. You know, like I was always outside gardening, walking, doing stuff, walking up and down my road, walking to because my grandmother lived and my grandpa lived like in the cul-de-sac. Like that's how me and him met. Long story. But anyways, nothing really changed. It was the energetic shift that shifted. And it was the fact that my body was preparing to meet my twin. And on an energetic level, I was already communing with him on a soul level, but I had no idea, you know. This was before I knew anything about twin flames. I never watched tarot. None of it, you know. And then 6 months later, like when he came into my awareness and basically, you know, through his interaction and love and all the things ripped me out of that place. I mean, that's like, you know, fast forward now, here we are. So I left that place. He basically helped save me in that regard, you know, help like get out of here, mi amor. Like you're this powerful priestess and you don't even know it. Okay. And that's what happened. And then you guys saw me, like that happened. And then this was like November of 2020 when I met him. And then May 2021 is when I started YouTube. So in that short amount of time, you know, I had the twin flame activation. Then I walked away from my twin soul because, you know, he activated self-love within me. And, you know, he didn't activate, but you know what I mean? And then like my ex, because I just left him, I was like, I am not dealing with nothing from any man ever again. And my twin, of course, twins are not toxic like that, but he was, you know, starting to ghost and starting to breadcrumb and like, you know, do things, and his behavior started shifting like that. And I chose me, which is what the feminine is supposed to do. That's what she's supposed to do. She shows him like, buddy, right? So anyways, long story short, but not so short. If you're not, like, if your physical body has gone kind of haywire, even if it's not weight and it's like other things going on, maybe it's acne. That's another big one I've seen people. All of the energy and all of the literal old energy and toxic stuff and crap that's like purging out of our, you know, it's energy, but it's a lot of people are experiencing like back knee, or they're getting like acne, or not acne, but you know, like breaking out. Some people, I've seen some people where it's like they're getting like very dry skin, where it can kind of show up as like, you know, like eczema, or not eczema, but psoriasis, things like that. Just different stuff. There's all kinds of different stuff. So just like everything else, it's a cycle. It's going to move in a cycle. So I was never worried about putting on some pounds, because I knew it was just a part of the cycle that I was going through. And I knew as soon as that cycle completed, the weight would drop off. And here we are. And it is. So, I don't know. This is the kind of stuff I get to share because I've, you know, some of you guys might be experiencing this for the first time. And if it's for the first time, then you don't know any better. Just like I didn't know any better until I did. So I get to share and kind of give the heads up of like, hey, like, don't kill yourself maybe trying to like diet or do this or do that. Maybe just get more into your heart and just trust and have faith and love on your body and speak good things to it, and then just watch what happens, you know? Anywho. So apparently we're not doing any of this. Okay, this is what we'll do today because it's 4 o'clock. We've been going for 4 hours, and you know, I'm at this point 4 hours in and just all the speaking energetically. Here's what I'm gonna do. Stephanie will love this one, and so will a lot of other people, because when I said that, I was not expecting the reaction that I did, but like people were leaving comments, and like a couple people emailed and reached out, and they were like, just curious, like, are you gonna do the intimate reading? And then that was like a week ago, and I forgot until now. So what we'll do is we'll do these tomorrow. I'm gonna do these tomorrow morning. What's tomorrow? Sunday? Yeah, so I'll try to come on here, we'll say 10 o'clock. We'll do 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, Pacific Standard Time. Okay. Yeah, and then once I'll just pop on and I'll just start doing these. I'll right here, okay? If you can't be on tomorrow, when I do these, it's okay. It's all good. You don't have to be physically present for me to tune in, okay? I have your consent. I'm connected with your energy, okay? It's very easy to tune in. For me, it's very easy for me to tune in that regard. In fact, sometimes it actually helps and sometimes makes it stronger, because sometimes when I'm doing like energy work with a client or someone, like sometimes people will book healing sessions with me and they're not on the Zoom with me. I'm on the Zoom doing work, channeling, because it's the same, any kind of energetic work or just like Reiki from a distance or online, things like that. It doesn't matter. You don't have to be physically there or in front of the person. And sometimes it actually amplifies and makes the healing stronger because the person's not there, and it alleviates some kind of maybe nervousness from them or pressure where, like sometimes it can be a little, sometimes people get a little nervous doing energy work or, being on camera or being on a Zoom or like things like this, right? So sometimes when they're just like, they don't got to worry about it and they don't feel anything like that, it actually opens them up more, because, people can close themselves down. That's why sometimes people will, or they're like, Erica, like, like I want a reading, I want to book a reading, right? This has only happened a few times. Like this honestly, like rarely ever happens. Because if someone is reaching out to me to book a session or a reading with me, they pretty much know like, yes, this is what I want to do, right? Instead of like, I'm not sure kind of energy. It's like, yeah, I want to book. That's why I'm reaching out. So it's kind of a given, right? But not always. Like there's been a few times where like people reach out and I can literally, through the email, I can sense and see and feel all their nerves. And I'll usually say something along the lines of that, like, hey, it's so nice for you to reach out, and I'm so thankful you did, and la 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 la, but I am picking up on some nerves, and it's completely normal to be a little nervous. People get nervous for readings. People, sometimes it's nerves of, I'm afraid of what the cards are gonna say, or I'm afraid of what's gonna happen. I'm afraid of the truth, maybe. Ignorance sometimes truly is bliss, that kind of a thing. But when, so it's kind of like I can feel it and address it, but I always know, like, if someone's coming in with a closed energy, or if like they're, just closed or blocked, I'll either address it and give them the opportunity to kind of like, and I'll try to help them with it. But some people come in, and this is what I mean by they're on some kind of like weird, people are just very naturally, like very highly triggered by me. It's always been like this. So I'm till the day I die, I will never understand it. Like, but it's a very combative, very competitive energy with me, and it's all one-sided. I don't even, so people will watch my YouTube readings, and I don't know what's going on in their head, but they'll be watching they'll be watching Erica's YouTube readings, and all of a sudden, it's like the way that I see it and explain it, it's a rising, it's like a rising of, you know, like everything that I embody, it triggers them to want to, that's what I meant earlier about like, watch out for the people who try to, you know, they try to challenge everything you do or say. They try to challenge you on it. You know, screw those people. They're not worth your time. We tap our heart and we send them love. I deal with those kinds of energies constantly. Or people are reaching out to me like psychos, you know, like they'll reach out to me like via email, and they'll just be having a full-blown one-sided, you know, like this is this and this is, and I'm like, what is happening? It's like that. But that's what I mean by like they'll like it'll be like growing inside of them or something, and then all of a sudden they'll just like reach out, and it'll just be so out of left field. Do you know what I mean? Like just very, or in the comments, you know, very like just, you know, or like people like trying to combat, you know, like, well, you know, like you said this and you channeled this in your message, and that is not what I see, and you know, and I'm just like, oh my god, I was like, you know, why I started talking about that I can't remember, but the combativeness, the one-sided competitions, people around you, I don't remember I was saying that, but I started saying it for a reason. Okay, perfect. Yeah, so no, I want to do these live because it's my first time ever doing it, you know, and I don't want to like, I don't want to be like, oh, like I'm going to do these live healings, and you know, because I know other people tuning in are wanting to see this being done as well. Like people that maybe don't trust it, or maybe people who do trust it but they're a little scared. So kind of like basically it's like it's a beautiful mirror. So it's like receiving the healing but also being a beautiful mirror and reflection to other souls who might be a little more timid or you know, curious or things like that. So it's also kind of showing like, hey, this is all it really is, and this is what it looks like, and this is what it does, and you know, that kind of a thing too. But also I just, you know, I promised to do the live healing sessions. If it was like another live reading, like general readings, I would say, yeah, let's do that. I won't even go live tomorrow. I'll just email me and we'll just do little mini readings for you guys, and I'll record them and I'll send them to you. But because it's my first, you know, live like energy healing and all of that, and I know I can see it. I bless everyone's heart, but I can see it. Oh, that's why I started talking about it. The nervousness and all that, because when people like, you know, sometimes people really want help, or they really want a reading, or they really want some healing work done, but they're just nervous. They don't know what to expect, you know. You know, so sometimes that actually closes off their energy field even more. So like, you know, if you're going, it's like if you're going in to get a massage, but you're like, you know, nervous about someone touching you the whole time, and you're like tensed up, you're not going to enjoy the massage very much, and it's not going to have its full effect, versus you just being like, all right, baby, lotion me up, you know, like that. That's how I am in a massage. Okay, like, you know, I think the only way I could ever be coerced is bribery through massage. Screw the $1 million. Can I have a lifetime free supply of massages? You know, I'm just kidding. But yeah, thanks, Alex. Because I kind of did think about that for a second, and then immediately my higher self was like, no, and this is why, which makes sense. And yeah, I definitely want to reflect that. And then also, like, there might be some things that just kind of come through where, you know, it kind of, because when I'm doing the healing anyways, like, even though it's one-on-one, like, the overall energy and, like, just everything, it's going to be just like us hanging out here today. Even though we were just shooting the shit and we were just, you know, it's like therapy. It feels good. It's like, you know, I guarantee all of us are going to hang, you know, or hang up, like we're on the phone. We're all going to hang up after this, you know, on our big group call. And, you know, like, I'm smiling. Like, I'm excited. Like, I'm going to hop off the live. I got to hang out with my besties and my soul familia. We got to, you know, do like talk about all kinds of fun stuff. And I know you guys are walking away from this feeling like your cup is more full rather than empty. Me too, which is a plus, right? That's what it's all about. And then I'm gonna go record, you know, a really inappropriately sexual reading for everyone. I'm just kidding. But you know what I mean. I'm going to go record the intimate reading for everyone for the DMDF reading that I've been wanting to do. I'm going to take like a little 15-minute like breather in between, catch my, you know, gather all my scruples and marbles again, you know, and then I'll do that. And then I'll post that for you guys. And then it was brought to my attention that I still I was still missing one zodiac sign, which is Virgo. I'm like, really? I thought I was done. No, I forgot. Like I had Sagittarius and what was the other one? Pisces last night. And then Virgo. So I'm doing Virgo and the intimate love reading for the DM and DF today for whatever comes through in that reading. I don't know what's going to come through in that reading. But what I can say is that no matter what it is, it's going to be freaking so, like, I don't know, like Steph said earlier, like the readings, like my readings have just been so, like, intense, but like beautifully intense, like different. And it's because, again, like my channels are opened. I'm tapping into different things now, like, you know. Oh, and another side note is, you know, the beautiful soul, his name is Lars. If any of you guys are starting spiritually based businesses, or even if it's not spiritually based, but I think he'll do graphic design work, you know, just in general, like for websites. He's building my website. He's doing everything for me. I don't have to lift a finger, which I love. Like, I don't want to know anything about it. Just tell me what I owe you, kind of a thing, which, you know, but he's, you know, he's a very enlightened, divine masculine, beautiful soul. And so, you know, he's doing like the graphics and the artwork for like my new channel, which is all about the priestess path, which, you know, I wanted to start in June. So, I don't know, maybe I can do it by like right around like the end of June. But I'm like, well, now I'm like so close, and, you know, just everything I thought, okay, now's the time, but then I'm working with him to get like artwork done for the new channel. Plus I'm going to have him do some fun stuff for Gypsy Cowgirl. Like, I don't know, like a new, maybe like a new logo. Like, I mean, I love my logo, but maybe like a revamped logo. And anyway, he sent me over some of the like the revamped artwork. Like, he had sent me over some of his stuff that like we brainstormed together. And then the first I was like, no, it doesn't really feel like me. It doesn't, you know, I want it to kind of look like me, but not use my exact features and face. But like resemble me, and kind of like how I see myself in a lot of my past lives. I look similar to what I look like now, but not the same, but similar, very similar. Fun fact, being an Akashic reader and Akashic guide, yes, we've had lifetimes where we've, you know, like I've had lifetimes as a man, you know, or as a certain star being or whatever. But like the lifetimes, like if you're a man in this lifetime or you're a woman in this lifetime, like right now, like how I look right now, I've looked very similar, almost identical in some of my past lives. And I've seen it in the Akashic Records reading for clients of mine too. I'm like, you look almost identical to what you look like right now. And sometimes it comes through and I'm like, you look totally different. Where, you know, in this lifetime you have dark hair, and in this lifetime I'm seeing you with blonde curly hair. Anyways, it's just wild. Side note, we've like, I don't know how it all works. I don't have all the answers, nor do I want to have all the answers, but in our past lives, we've had lifetimes where we look like we do now. That's the point. So, but anyways, I don't know what I was talking about. I was talking about the Akashic Records and seeing and things like that, but I'm just going to keep babbling and babbling and babbling. So someone please stop me. Aw. Hi, Hi, Star. I'm just seeing your comment, sweetheart. Aw. So yes, love. So I'm just seeing your, yes, I'm seeing your comments. So I'm sure, R.E. Godwin says, I don't know, the free supply of lifetime massages sounds good to me. Me too, honestly, you know. Keep your money. I don't need the millions. Give me free massages. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. So I'm just kind of seeing some of these too. Yeah, I did Scorpio. So I did all those like towards like the beginning of the month. You know, I've kind of just scattered them out, you know, like you guys know me, I'm not the reader who's like on, you know, the first Monday of the first, you know, every month and this day you're going to get all your zodiacs. I don't know, maybe I should be like that more, but I've never operated like that because it just isn't, like I do things as they feel right or they come in. But, you know, I don't know, but I'm also not opposed to, you know, a little bit more of like a zodiac schedule if that's what you guys like, but I don't know. I'm really struggling with the zodiacs, guys, because I promised that I would always do them for you guys because I know you guys really, I mean, they're amazing, and I know you guys really love them. But like, it's just like the amount of views that they get versus the energy that it takes me to do it. For me, hard pass. But I do it for you. You know, I do it for you guys. And I also know that, you know, over the past like 4 months, you know, there's been, I mean, first of all, like the algorithms and all that, like here, I'm not going to say a lot because I have to be careful, but you know, it's just not, the algorithms aren't algorithming the way they used to. I mean, I've been here 4 years on YouTube, and the first 2 years was like an absolute dream. And then when Google came in and bought YouTube, everything changed. And that's like when I saw like the great imbalances, and then I saw like how it's in favor of like the darker energies and like just a lot of stuff like that. You know, for me, it's like very rarely do you see like for me, my awareness on YouTube, very rarely do I see like channels where I'm like, oh, that person is so in tune, and like they're, you know, where their like algorithms are like just skyrocketing, right? There's been a great injustice. We know that these, you know, so anyways, my point is that for the last like 4 months, I know I'm not alone because I have friends who are content creators too, you know, and, you know, they got sick of it. So they left their, I mean, they didn't leave, they still post here on YouTube, but they got sick of YouTube's, you know, and they went over to TikTok because TikTok is like, that's what TikTok was designed for. TikTok was designed to fuel people's egos. That's why it's so easy to gain a following there. You know, I mean, literally, you can post pictures of like your cat sleeping and you'll get like, you know, 1,000 subscribers in a day. It's like that, or followers in a day. At least when I first was on there, like, you know, a couple years ago when I was like, oh, I'm going to try TikTok. And I started like a Gypsy Cowgirl. You guys can go on TikTok and, you know, it's still there. You know, I mean, there might be like scam accounts now, but my account is still there. I never deleted it, you know, and the videos I shared and the, you know, and they're still there. I just left it and just deleted the app and just never went back. But like, I was only like not even like a month into it or something. I don't know. I can't remember. And yeah, my higher self, like it was just like, no, Erica, no, get off this. This is like evil. And I felt it and I ignored it. I mean, I felt it when I started the TikTok, but like I ignored it and I was like, I'm gonna do it anyways because everyone's doing TikTok, you know. And again, that was just my little ego being like, I want to spread, you know, it was right when I started my YouTube channel, Gypsy Cowgirl. So I just wanted to spread Gypsy Cowgirl Tarot everywhere I could, you know, and saturate like TikTok, YouTube, Instagram. Actually, I mean, yeah, my Instagram, but I was actually trying to keep my Instagram more private like me, just me. Like I wasn't trying to blow it up all crazy like Gypsy Cowgirl Tarot, but it just kind of naturally happened. Like it went that way. But anyways, TikTok for me, I just could not. But anyways, it's because it grows so fast. Like you can go on there, you could very easily, you could have 200,000 followers like nothing, you know. You just gotta post daily, maybe twice a day, you'll get there. Like fast. But anyways, obviously didn't resonate. I mean, speaking of like, you know, paying me, you know, you couldn't pay me. You could not pay me to go back to that, like to build something over there. You couldn't pay me. I would not do it. That's just me. I know there's a lot of people that do. I know a lot of you guys probably have one. And there's nothing wrong with that. But for me, you know, and honestly, I try to speak that truth and be like, you guys, like, out of all the platforms, they're all pretty nasty. Okay? It just is what it is. But that one is like a breeding ground of demonic energy. And I don't know. So anyways, what I'm saying is like the YouTube thing, you know, and like all this stuff, that's all shifting now too. That's all shifting now too. And that's another reason why, you know, Spirit's like, come on, start your channel, Erica, start your channel. Everything in divine timing, but it's like because this channel, you know, is going to set the tone for a lot of things, and this new channel is going to be, it's where I'm, you know, it's where I'm at now in my ascension journey. And, you know, and now it's time because people are ready to receive this kind of frequency, you know. I don't know. I think doing what I do, I think I take pride, and I'm very proud of myself that, you know, I feel very original. I feel very unique compared to a lot of other other channels out there. And I'm not saying like, oh, I'm so unique and I'm so authentic and no one else is. What I'm saying is I see a lot of spiritual channels, and the ones that I do see where I'm like, wow, like this person, yes, sister. You guys know I will share them. I'm not a hater like that. Like I will share them here. I'll put them on a community page. I'll go follow this person. Go check out this person. This is a psychic medium who's the real deal. You know, like if you want to, you know, find someone that you know, like I'm always pumping people up because of that. But it's because, like, when I do see someone, I want to share them with you guys because it's not very often. Oh, I don't want to say it's kind of, like, it's kind of getting more few and far between. Like, everyone, it's like, it's just so saturated. And it's so saturated with, like, falseness and just spiritual ego and, like, you know what I mean? So, anywho. So, I take great pride that, like, you know, I show up and I keep it real. And I may not be as programmed and scheduled, you know, like other readers. And I'm, you know, meaning like, oh, this is when you can expect readings from me every, you know, Tuesday morning and every Friday afternoon. And Zodiacs will upload on these dates every month, you know. I'm sure a lot of people wish I was more like that, but I'm just not. But I think moving forward with my new channel, I will be incorporating some of that. Like I have ideas, so you'll see. But it's to create more consistency, because two things the universe loves. The universe favors the brave, and the universe favors consistency. And one thing, and I've said this many times recently, I'm like, one thing I have not been here on my YouTube channel as of the last year, especially, is consistent, because I have not been able to be consistent, because my energy has not been consistent, because I've been in a dark night of the soul, because I've been going crazy inside, because I've been trying to hold it down and do all the things and surrender and, you know, so absolutely, it was not, you know, so like I said, like the last like 4 months or so, like, yeah, like there's weird, not cool stuff happening in the algorithms for sure. I mean, you guys, if you come in here on YouTube, you'll see it immediately. Like, how many of you guys has like readers or page or channels or YouTube channels that you typically like watching? Like, they just disappear. Like all of it. Like, whoa, Like, people have been telling me, oh my gosh, Gypsy Cowgirl. They comment, I haven't seen you pop up on my newsfeed for months. I love your channel. Like, what the heck? You just like disappeared. No, I didn't. That's the algorithm. And so, like, and you know, you don't even maybe realize it because it's, you know, it's channels you like, but maybe it's not, like, you know what I mean? Like a part of your daily, I have to watch this every single day type of thing or something. So, anywho, sorry. Your daughter wants TikTok. Yeah. No. Yeah. I mean, hey, when she's 18, she could do what she wants, right? But Mama Bear says no, sweetheart. Which that's good for you. Good for you. I definitely would, if I had a teenager right now or a child right now, I would be doing the same thing. Nope. You can hate me all you want. You could be mad at me all you want, but trust me, trust Mama. I'm protecting you from stuff you just can't understand right now. You know, it's like that. So it's wild. It's so wild. My hat is off to all the light worker parents out there too. Like, oh my gosh. I'm pretty sure, like, you know, I have my little spirit boy baby, and, you know, I don't know. He's, like I said, all the physical stuff with me personally. And the, like, I feel like first of all, it's a timeline that's already there. So I don't know, but, you know, you guys might see pregnant Erica, you know, in the next year and a half, 2 years, who knows, you know, or some of you guys getting pregnant. But my point is that, like, all of you guys with, like, you know, the children right now, and, like, you know, it's, first of all, it's so very special. It's so very special to be a parent, or if you are bringing children in, you know, or you have, it's so very special. Because of just, like, what you're doing to free them of, like, generational stuff and different things, and, like, coming from a more, like, I mean, you get to be, like, the parent that's, like, enlightened, like, you know, like, that is so neat. Like, most humans have, you know, for so long, like, the parental structures have been very asleep, very conditioned, very programmed. So to be, like, this enlightened, you know, like, mama, father, whatever, it's so beautiful and so special. So first of all, there's that. And then what I was going to say also is, for some of you guys, if you're like me, where maybe, you know, like I said, it's still a possibility. It can still happen. I'm only 40. And, you know, in 1995, you know, a woman who was like 40, you know, without, like, you know what I mean? A lot's changed. We're having babies older. We're not in a hurry to, like, you know, to tie our life. I certainly was never in a hurry for that. But now it's like, now I feel if I was to have a baby, now I'm actually ready to have a baby. And how cool would it be to be, like, a super, like, to be like a priestess mama, you know, and, like, to birth this beautiful child. But even if I don't, I know it in my heart. I feel it. I see it. I've seen it a million times over, that my divine masculine is a father. And I will get to be a mother, or, you know, I will get to bring the motherly energy of love and compassion and nurturing to his children or child, or whatever the case is. And, you know, if we have a baby, we have a baby. But I've seen it many times over as I'm the stepmother, like that. And I am cool with that. I'm so fine with that. Emily says, I found an astrologer/reader recently named Mark David Meyer, and he's a great energy. I get a good vibe from him. Oh, Mark David Meyer. Oh, I'm always down. I don't watch readings so much anymore, but it's like being a doctor and then, you know, going and watching doctors. You know what I mean? Like, it's like I'm burned out. I can't, you know. But when they pop up, there's a few that I like. So Mark, but astrologers, I'm always down for astrology. Like, you know, totally different spin on the energy and everything. Mark David Meyer. Maybe I mean, I may. Wait, Mark David. So maybe I may have seen this person before. I don't know why I would like the Mark thing, the Mark. Thanks for sharing, sweetheart. So yeah, okay, so guys, go check out Mark David Meyer. Yeah, astrology. Yeah, J. Cole, I'm getting more. Astrology is freaking so incredible. Astrology is so cool. For real. Like, yes, like psychic readings are absolutely phenomenal. You know what I'd really love to do is like, because, you know, I want to get more into astrology, like learning astrology, so I could incorporate it more into my work that I already do. But more than anything, I would love to you know, team up with, like, I'm all about collaborations this year, okay? Like the rest of 2025 and moving forward. I've already got, you know, beautiful soul familia, like my dear, beautiful, beloved. I call her like my sister mama. She's my sister mama, and Stellar, who I'm, you know, her and her beloved John, who John is a very beautiful, very powerful, masculine. He's a walk-in soul. What is a walk-in soul, Erica? A walk-in soul is the same thing as when we, you know, it's the same thing as when we come down in, you know, into a body or into the mother's womb, you know, to become a body, basically, right? And we're born. Instead of starting from a baby and being born, it's another soul coming into a adult body. But it goes much deeper than that. It's not just like people call it a soul swap and this, and they talk about it like it's not. It's been pretty rare up and, you know, but now we're gonna, and I've talked about, we'll start seeing them now, like start happening more and more and more. But yeah, that's all it is. It's like when basically like a soul contract, like someone, like let's say me, let's say Erica, right? Okay, Erica here talking to you right now. Let's say I like, which I have felt this, and I know a lot of you guys have, where I just was like, but it's like where I was like, I don't know if I can do this. Like, this is too much. Like, these gifts, it's more, to me, it feels more like a curse than a blessing. The things I see, the things I feel, it's just too much. It's too much. Like, how can I possibly live the rest of my life, like feeling all this stuff, you know? You know, but that's just, we get those moments. And when I've been going through my darkness the last year and a half, I had many moments like that. So let's take some, like, and let's say that, but let's say I was more serious, like where I was just in utter despair, and maybe I was suicidal or whatever, you know. Or sometimes it might be like someone who's just like really ready to like check out, or they know like on a soul level they're not going to complete their soul contracts, or I mean there's some different things that play into it, right? So it's like, so there will be, yes, like a soul swap, but it's an integration that takes time. Okay. It's not like a soul just comes in and the other one leaves and that's it. No, it takes time. It's an integration. But yeah, so, anyways, but like, they're my fam, you know, they're like my true like soul family. Like, you know, I've been burned by people in the spiritual community, you know, or like people that, you know, but these are like my friends, you know, like my, like Stellar and John, like this is like my soul family, like big time, big time. Like we have past lives connections. We've done soul work together plenty of times before. Like, you know, it's like, it's just so beautiful how awful, like Steph, those of you guys who are going to France with us, like this is all, it's not just like a retreat, right? It's like, this is like soul family. Like we've all known each other before. Now we get to go hang out with each other again, and we get to, you know, it's really cool. Why was I talking about the soul family though? And like all that? Oh, because I started talking about collaborations and astrology. So that I would really love to do that. Like, so actually Stellar and I were planning, I'm going to be bringing her live over here on my channel within like this week sometime, like in the next like 7 days or so. Her and John have a break. They've done back-to-back retreats, the spring of March and then June, and then the next retreat they do is with us in September in France. So she's like, I have some time, so we're gonna go live. So you guys are all gonna meet her. You guys are all gonna meet her, probably John, because they are two peas in a pod, inseparable. That's divine union counterparts. They're just, you know, you could be with each other all the time and be like, you know. So yeah, so you guys will get to meet her soon and probably ask her questions and talk to her and, you know, different things and whatnot, you know. But like, this is my soul familia, you know, like these are my people, and then you're my people, and I'm your people, and then my people, you know, might become your people. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, I don't know. It's just really neat, and I don't know. I probably am just rambling and all the things now, but oh, I see what you're talking about, Steph. Like a baby. You're talking about baby. I see. I would have another one if it aligned well. You know, yeah, I mean, like, I couldn't even imagine, like, me at 20, 24, 20, I mean, I can't even imagine me, you know, at 35, you know, I don't know, like, now I'm, like, if I was to have a baby, it would be now. It would be now. You know, or, like, in the next 2 years, couple years, few years, or whatever. Who knows? But I do have a little baby boy. He's always been with me, and I always knew from a young age. I mean, like my mom, and like she's like, I know you've always said it. You've like way before my awakening, like early 20s. I'm talking and stuff. I would talk about like when I have a baby, and I'd always say he's a little boy, and I always know I'm gonna be a boy mom. I'm gonna have a little boy. Like, I like, these are the things I always said, and I knew, like, even before, you know? So, yeah, he's a feisty one, you know? He'd be like I don't know, you know, a little special one, and a lot of you guys, too. And a lot of us coming into union, I mean, that's a part of it. You know, it's a part of it, is birthing in these beautiful crystalline babies. Oh, Baldish, yes, Baldish is on here. Yes, Baldish. So real quick, I just want to make sure I'm not like, hello, welcome in, hello. Yes, the Hyros Gamos. Yes, the Hyros Gamos workshop. Yeah. So that's fine. I wonder how did you, I mean, because Stellar and John, they're not like, I mean, she has like her music, and did you find her through her music? Or did I post something where you did the workshop too? Because that's how I met them, was through their Hyros Gamos workshop, and it was a couple years ago. But I'm like, did you meet them, or was it? Anyways, it doesn't matter. But I'm just like, that's so cool, because I didn't realize. I didn't realize that you had met them too. Anyways, doesn't matter. But yes, they are incredible. And yes, so I always say, I'm like when I'm just on a, you know, like when I'm just like on a Zoom call with Stella, and that's like her focus. She's like a songstress. Her voice carries the 432, the divine mother healing 432 of the heart. Like, her voice carries the frequency of it, you know? So her voice is literally activating and healing. It's a part of her work and her divine gifts. And she'll be talking, yes, so get ready, guys. And so, yeah, so that's how I met them, was, you know, a few years back. I did the Hyros Gamos, and it was all soul-led, because I was just on YouTube, random, you know, not random. But I was on YouTube, and then, you know, at the time, I had been really, like, deep diving into sound, into healing sound, and, like, you know, like, healing myself through sound and frequencies and sacred songstresses, priestesses that were either put into my awareness, but not everyone. See, many priestesses, songstresses were being put into my awareness in front of me, but I was not resonating, or I did not, you know. And so Shekinah Rose, who I've shared many times, Shekinah, who's based in Sedona, beautiful, beautiful divine sister and priestess out of Sedona. Shekinah Rose is much like Stellar, except Stellar was born, you know, with the frequencies in her voice and all that. And Shekinah, her voice, I mean, she has a different frequency wave in her voice, but it's like some missing chords, solfeggio chords or something. Science studied her voice and was like, yeah, this is like real. Anyways, I was like listening to her and like some other people, and then all of a sudden Stellar was put into my awareness with Craig Pruis. Now Craig Pruis is another like spiritual composer. He does music and stuff like that. And so she's done a few albums like, you know, with him. And yeah, and so that's how I found her, was the Magdalene Codes album. And I was just like, I have full body chills, like right this very, I have full body chills. I mean, 3 years later, and it's still like that moment when I very first saw the album cover. I mean, it's very simple. It's just like purple with like the rose, and, you know, it says Magdalene Codes, Stellar Fairbairn or whatever. But I just knew it was like massive soul recognition. Like, boom, this is family. This is special. This is someone that you're you know, you need to meet, whatever it was, right? So I started listening to her music, and then the music was extremely I still have chills. Like, it's just so activating for me. So just, you know, and for everyone who listens to her, like, it's just, you know, she's divine mother. She's beautiful priestess, you know, of sacred sound. And that's her thing, you know. She had, yeah, like everyone else, like she's psychic, she has her gifts, whatever. But like me, like, so when I work with them, and you guys will hear about this anyways when we go live together and how we met and stuff. But so it was her music that was put in front of me, that, you know, that connected the dots. And then I was like, okay, now I have to like meet her, or I have to like connect with her deeper, you know. So then I went into like her like bio on her YouTube channel, and it just was like to contact me or whatever, you know. But I went to her website, and then I saw that she was that her and her beloved John were doing the Hyros Gamos workshop. And the Hyros Gamos workshop, it is a workshop, you know, that they did of, you know, it is calling in the beloved and all that. But more than anything, Hyros Gamos union, and Emily, you did it. It's the beloved within. It's coming back into Hyros Gamos union with yourself. You know what I mean? And then that will help, you know, align you with that. So anyways, so I did the Hyros Gamos workshop with them, and that's when I really first like got to talk with them and meet them. But that was obviously over Zoom, and it was for 2 days, and then it was like there was other participants. It was a workshop, right? And then after that, because like, you know, just talking and sharing on the workshop, you know, I wonder if Emily, we went to the same one. I'm like, I wonder if we did the same one at some point, but I doubt it. Oh, okay, that's what it was. Okay, yay, okay, now I see. So it was, that's why I was like, that's so crazy. But I mean, Stellar, I mean, but that's why I was surprised. I was like, if you didn't hear through me, I mean, it's quite possible to just run into her, because that's what happened with me on YouTube, you know. But her and John, they've kept themselves very, you know, for apparent reasons, you know, just like I'm talking about all the things and witnessing, and like I've been attacked so many times, and it's brutal because of who we are. That's why a lot of people in the spiritual community, they don't show up fully like this. They don't. Cause you know why? Because they're afraid to. Because you know why? Because the more authentic you are, and the more you are, and Stellar's the same way. Like her and John both, like they will say it how it is, and they don't hold back, because that is the divine way. That is who we are. So the ones that do hold back, it's out of fear. You know, us, we're the ones on the front lines being like, come at me, bro. You know? But we're the big threats. That's why we get hit the way we do, and other people don't. That's why our algorithms get effed with the way other people's don't. That's real, you know? And so anyway, so they've been more like just, you know, like they've been doing all their work, like powerful work for years, decades even, you know, Stellar and with her teacher, Isis, and Isis the Beloved, who was, you know, she was an actual woman. She passed away, I think, like 5-6 years ago, or closer to 10. I don't know. But anyways, you know, and then her and John have been doing these sacred retreats all over the world, you know, the Magdalene retreats, but now they're officially located in France, southern France, which I, you know, proudly had a big part of that, because they came to me when they were in Ireland, and, you know, and that's what we did. So we reconnected as Soul Familia, you know, and Emily, and, you know, those of you guys who've worked with her, you just went to the workshop because Erica posted about it. That's still, they're your soul family. We wouldn't be drawn, and we wouldn't be if we weren't soul family. Like, maybe we're not from the same bloodline. Who cares? We've known each other. We've done work before, and they've, you know, so it's really neat. And then, you know, and yes, the retreat, yes, there are some, so we've had, I think it's gone from the retreat has gone like, okay, because I think we have about 14 spaces. That's like where they ballpark it, because I'm co-hosting, but I'm literally just learning the ropes through them, and they're teaching me and they're showing me the way, you know, eventually, so I could go and start doing this kind of work, or start facilitating more with them, or whatever it is, you know. But, you know, it's all, they do all the things, they know all things. So we've had like 14 spaces available, and then I think all 14 were booked, and then I think 2 women like had to fall out on, you know, that Stellar and John had brought in, like, from there. And so it's like people from them, and then people from me. But honestly, the bulk of, I think, the participants, I don't think I know the bulk of the participants, because I'm co-hosting with them. It's coming from our family over here. You know, and then of course they have people that will always sign up with them. So as of right now, I don't know exactly all the things, but like we've had like people sign up and then they can't end up coming, or something happens, and so they have to like, or they like, can you put me on the wait list? But yes, as of right now, I think we have a few spaces available until every single person absolutely confirms. Like, even if they've sent payments, even if they've started their payment plan, like they have to sign, you know, they have to, it's like everyone has to get things in order. And Stephanie's like, she's on it, girl. You're impressing me. Me on the other hand, like I mean, I'm not really stressing about it, but I'm like, I just need to go on and get my plane ticket and stuff. But I just don't know if I want to fly in to, I know it says Madrid, but Lars, the guy who's doing, you know, my artwork, and he does all of Stellar's images. He does all of her images for her website, for everything you see, Magdalene, every image, everything. You know, her new tarot, like she's coming out with her oracle deck, and you can pre-order it now. So we'll be talking about that on the live, and you guys, this is no ordinary oracle deck or Magdalene deck. Okay, it's gonna come with massive activations and all the things. But anywho, he was like, because Stellar did say, like, if you're coming from the US, the best way to fly in and then take a train is from the US, you're either going to fly into Dublin, Ireland, Madrid, Spain, or Paris, France. And for some reason, you know, not for some reason, but my soul, and like, I want to go to Spain. I want to spend a day or 2 in Spain. And, you know, more than France or Paris, right? So I'm talking to Lars, who he lives in Spain. He's like, you know, from Germany originally, but he's lived in Spain for a long time, and he lives there now. And I said, yeah, something about flying into Madrid, you know, and he actually said, no. He goes, Madrid is not the best place, actually. He goes, because if you fly into Madrid, you know, from the US or whatever, you know, he's all, you, to get to where they're located in the south of France, because he goes and he sees them all the time, so he knows. He's like, it's from Madrid to, on a train to them, he said it's like an 8 or 9 hour train ride, versus if I fly into Barcelona, which is actually where I want to fly into anyways, he says, if you fly into Barcelona, he goes, it's only like a 2-hour train ride versus like the 8-9 hour train ride from, you know, Madrid to France. So anyways, I keep forgetting to ask Stellar about that. But yes, Emily, how Emily said, oh my gosh, like it was so activating and like I felt like all the things, and like, yes, that is for sure, for sure, for sure. Every time I'm on a Zoom with Stellar and John, it's, for me, it's the two of them together. They're both beautiful, like just like any of us, right? But the two of them, the Mary and Yeshua like emanation and the like the frequency, like, so every time I'm like on the Zoom with them, like I feel like the tingles the whole time. Like my crown is going crazy. Like it's a lot of fun, tuning in and connecting with them. And then yeah, and then but that's how I met them. And so I did the high risk gammas workshop, and then they just, you know, like just through doing the workshop, like we just took a shine to one another, to, you know, and we just felt like family. And so next thing I know, like after the workshop, like I don't know, like it wasn't that far after the workshop, they reached out to me, hey, you know, we'd really like to work with you, as, you know, to use your gifts as an oracle, as a seer, you know, that you are. And I was like, heck yeah, like of course, you know. So that's the work we've been doing together for the last few years, is whenever they need me to like look into some really deep stuff or certain things or whatever, they always come to me and reach out, and they're like, okay, we need your oracular gifts, Erica, we need you to see. But when they were like contemplating making the move from Ireland, where they were, to south of France, where they were feeling the call from Mary and Yeshua, like Mary and Yeshua were literally saying, and this is where I kind of came in, but they were telling them like, come here, and this is the specific part you're gonna be, and this is why, and you know, basically all that kind of stuff. And so like when they came to me, I was just like, yes, like you have to, and this is why. And then there's certain things you'll find, and then they did find those things, which are like things that they're going to share with us when we're there at the retreat, meaning like sacred stargates, portals, underground pyramids, things like that. So in their retreat, you guys, over the last couple years, obviously global awakening, mass awakening, the Mary and Yeshua, all the things bubbling back up and activating again, which is beautiful. There's so many different Mary Magdalene pilgrimages. Okay, they even have them in Paris. You can go through sacred sites in Paris too. But I mean, the southern France one is like very specific, because that's where Mary and Yeshua spent out the rest of their days, and they had their children, and you know, all this stuff, right? So it's very, very, like, that place is just, it's like walking directly into Mary Magdalene and Yeshua's home. But it's earth, it's land, it's, you know, portals, it's caves, it's cathedrals, it's, you know, sacred watering holes and wells, that, do you know what I mean? Fairy forests, where, I mean, and this is like, I'm like, I cannot wait. But yeah, so then they made the move, and everything happened exactly it was supposed to. And they just moved there, you know, over like a year ago. We'll say like a year ago. So they've been fully operative in France for like a year. Something like that. And that's why they were like, okay, once we get settled back in France, we're going to do the retreats, you know, we're going to get the southern, you know. But my point is that like there's so many beautiful pilgrimages, but they're all going to be just about the same. Meaning like you might have different guides who are guiding it or whatever, but the pilgrimages there in southern France, it's everyone's hitting the same spots. They're going to the same sacred spaces and places. So, you know, certain, you know, cathedrals, like I said, Mary Magdalene's cave, and, you know, so on and so forth. Well, the special part of doing this with Stellar and John is the guidance, like the whole reason why they're there in the first place, and where they located, and the things that they've been guided to and found specifically by Mary and Yeshua, saying, go here, make a left, go into this wood, you know, however it worked, right? And now you're standing upon this sacred ground that no one knows about, and beneath you is a stargate, or beneath you is this pyramid, you know, whatever it is. So it's just really neat. I don't know. It's just very neat. And yeah, and you know, like I said, and there's plenty of other pilgrimages out there and really beautiful, you know, that quite honestly are less expensive. They are. They absolutely are. But this is one of those things where it really truly is. And when I was still, you know, talking about the retreat and if you want to sign up and all that stuff in my videos, and I kept saying, like, it's really special. And it's not to diminish anyone else's pilgrimages or the work they're doing, or because everyone is vital and special and plays such a big role. But Stellar is the only soul walking on earth right now, teaching and sharing the true Magdalene codexes and teachings that are billions of years old. And that's why she, you know, she's finally like put it into a book she's doing. So it's like now they've had to do all this like kind of like low key, but now she's stepping, like now it's like balls to the wall, like let's do this. It's like that, you know, where it was more subtle before, and like now it's like, no, we're out there, we're doing the damn thing, and like this is our family, this is our team, you know. It's like that, which is, you know, awesome, because that's how it should be, especially with their work too, you know. So anywho, I know I'm just like we're just like on here for 4.5 hours, just ramble. Erica's rambling. Steph, yeah, Emily, girl, we would love to have you. We would love to have you. And, you know, Stellar is, I mean, you know, they can do things to a certain extent, but they're not, you know, they're not, and, you know, Steph, you know, but like, she's like, they are not coming from the ego, distorted ego, like at all. They're not coming, like, they want, like, if your heart is called, then like they want you to be there. And it's not about the money. You know, it's like they're like, we'll work with you, we'll do payment plans, like what are you comfortable with, you know, to an extent. You know, that she can't like, you know, do like a 2-year payment plan or something, you know. But it's, you know, a lot of people are, I think, on like an 8 to 1 year, or, you know, I don't know. I don't even know, because that's a conversation between her and the participant. But that's why I was letting everyone know, like, you know, a lot of people don't, that's okay. She understands. They understand. They've been doing this for over 10 years, you know, these retreats, so they get it. But we never want anyone to feel like they can't go because of money or because of finances, you know. So that too. But yeah, is there other retreats out there that are happening in the south of France? Yes, there are. Are they less expensive? Yes, they are. But are you going to be getting the experience and all of the activations and teachings and all the things from this freaking like endless, infinite like source of information and beauty? And no, it's going to be very different, you know. And not only that, but everyone who's going, we are all being certified in the level 1 and level 2 in her oh my god, what is it, the white flame temple training, the holy white, to work with the holy white flame. This is soul, this is what we call soul surgery. Soul, becoming a certified soul surgeon under, you know what I mean, like it's a big deal. Baldish, if you're in here, this is the work that they've been helping your beloved Cami with. This is it, you know. And I'm like, who else? But you know, you guys know what I mean. So like every one of us who's there, by the way, if you're not going and you're like, I want to learn about this white flame training, you can do it. Just email me and I'll forward you to Stellar. Or you can go to Stellar's YouTube and find her, you know, her Gmail on her YouTube, you know, her YouTube channel here. It's you know, her music, Stellar432. Stellar432. Or you can just reach out to me and I'll forward you to Stellar. But you can get certified. You can do their White Flame Temple training. It's I don't know, I think it's like 1,000 or something more, or it could be. It's not like when I say it's like a like big deal, it's a big deal. So that training and certification is included. That's why so it's not like the price of like the retreat. That certification and training is included in that price too. So every single participant who comes back home, like after our retreat, we're going to be able to come back and you can literally step off the plane and you can start teaching the White Flame Temple training to others, showing them the same, or you can start working one-on-one with clients, right? The same day if you wanted, which is so cool. This retreat is not just an initiation, a level up, a healing, a sacred experience, and all these beautiful things. It's an investment in your spiritual work and your future as well. It really is. So I can't wait. I can't wait, because it's like I already do this work intuitively in the quantum, but to learn from Stellar and then incorporate even more of that in, that would be, and her and John are like, they've got the retreats and she's got all kinds of stuff going on with like different, a lot of online stuff and like, come with this or that, or activating your sacred voice or the priestess voice. She's got a lot going on, so that's another reason why she's finally opening up her sacred teachings. It's not like she's been gatekeeping them. It's literally because the earth and like people weren't ready for it. Only a select few were ready. But now it's time. So she's, it's like having like, like, it's like, okay, like now people are ready. So now we're going to get these teachings and this work out there, and people can, take from it and work with it and flourish and like how it's supposed to be, so it's really neat. Stephanie, I was going to fly into Barcelona. Were you? Yeah, see, and I'm just like, still, I really want to go to Barcelona. And then I keep getting like, of course, all of these synchronicities, like massive, one after the next, about Barcelona, Spain, Barcelona. And so I'm just like, I have to, I would love to fly into Paris and, spend a night with you, and then other people I know. Most people are flying into Paris. Because it's just easy. It just makes it easier from, they don't want to be like in Ireland and taking a train, or Spain, it's just, you're in France already, and you take the train, but yeah. Hi, Alexandria. Yeah, so sweetheart, we just ended up like, honestly, like it's just been so cray for everyone this last week and just recently. So we just ended up hanging out, talking, for almost 5 hours, literally. We started at noon and it's almost 5 o'clock here in Cali. So, but we just been chilling. All of us friends hanging out, all of us soul fam. But yeah, Levy, if you want, hold on. Wait, where'd I put? Oh, it's over here. I'm like, wait, where'd I put the list? I did put you on the list, sweetheart. So let me know. And then, yes, and then I'm going to go live tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Maybe 10:30. So tomorrow morning. And then tomorrow morning. So since we like did all this today, tomorrow morning when I jump on the live, we're just going to go straight to business, straight to healing, straight to business. And you know what? I kind of like the fact that it's actually on Sunday, because solstice, summer, new moon, closer to the new moon too. But Sunday, the day of the sun. Yeah, heck yeah, that's better. That's more aligned. And then I get to take all that energy of Sunday in. Yeah, I like that. Okay. But yeah, so Alexandria, sweetheart. Okay, I see her comments now. Okay, I see her comments. Stephanie says, they're so kind and will work with you. Yeah. Yeah, they really are. And and even like and even sometimes in Stellar's, her emails are so sweet, but she's not like she kind of will get on email and just be like, here's the details, but it's never like in a like like a short tempered or short, like she's the most loving, like just like most beautiful, and John. So I did want to say that, too, but yeah, they will work. They're just they'll work with you. And then listening. Okay, so Stephanie, so this is Stephanie's talking about the Zoom call that we did with participants, and that's the recording. So like people, as they sign up, or if you want to book a spot, to hold a space, it's 444 here in Cali for the retreat. It's a $250 deposit. The deposit you send to me, and then I will send you the Zoom recording, and the pamphlet for the brochure with all the details. But the Zoom call that we did, they go over the brochure, every single thing in detail. The flight, like where you would want to fly out of, and this, and the sites, and everything, the food, and the hotel, and the fact that it's like an eco-friendly pool, and you're going to be swimming with dragonflies and butterflies all around you, and just like all these things, they paint the picture of what you're going to be living, basically. But that call absolutely was, you felt it. Yeah, absolutely. I got emotional during that call too. I probably didn't help but I got emotional during that call too. Just talking about everything. I was just like, oh my gosh. All right, honey, have a good night. Thank you for hanging out. Have a good dinner. I know I need to go. I need to take a break, take a chill, and then come back and then record this intimate reading for everyone for the DM and DF. And then Baldish, oh yes, they have been doing soul surgery on my sister, and I'm immensely grateful. Yeah, absolutely. And so, and all of that stuff is what every participant like will be getting certified in. So Baldish, mi amor, like no matter what's going on at that point in time with beloved Cami, I mean, now you're equipped. Now you can start doing this work. You know what I mean? Working on her like that, Oh, thank you. That's very kind. Thank you, Saunders. Welcome from New York. See, I told you we have a lot of New Yorkers here. I have a lot of New York people that I don't know how it all works, but like that is a city that I consistently see. Like people are like, "Hey, from New York. I'm from New York. I'm from," So that's why I'm like, if I ever do a meet and greet, like that would be a cool place. And plus, I've always wanted to go to New York, not stay in New York, but visit New York. I know there's so many light workers there, but that is not, I could not with that energy. Oh, Alexandria was on a lunch date. Do you want to spill the tea? Was it a good lunch date? I agree, J. Cole. Yeah, it'll be a nice little Sunday fun day. And and hey, when I need to really crack down and be business and really focus, I can. But I felt, I always like vibe off the energy of you guys too. So I felt the like openness of just, hey, it's kind of nice to just hang out and just talk with Erica and like her, and vice versa. So that's what I rolled with. If I had felt more of like the energy of, okay, when is she gonna do the live healings? Then I would have, So we'll jump right into it tomorrow, and then we shouldn't be on, if I jump on at 10, we should be done by 12. So it should not take more than like 2 hours to go through every single person if I just jump on and, and then just start doing them. Because like I said, 5 minutes for every person, that's 5 minutes. When you just think of 5 minutes, it doesn't seem very long, but trust me, 5 minutes when you're doing like energy work and channeling, and then a little like pulling a couple cards, like you can get a lot happens in that time. So I know, Baltish, I cannot wait. I can't wait to meet everyone. And This is my first time also meeting Stellar and John in person, plenty of times over Zoom and, but to be able to see everyone and to hang out and, like get up and have breakfast together and, hang out by the pool and then go on these beautiful, like, excursions and, sacred sites and, sitting in like the sacred throne of Isis, the Isis throne. I'm so excited about the Isis throne. And apparently the Isis throne, I believe Stellar said, is like right near that like fairy forest where like we'll walk through, and she's like, it's like the craziest, like coolest fairy place ever. There's just like so much. But yeah, I am so excited too, sweetheart. I'm so excited. Definitely we will be forming bonds that will last forever. I mean, on a soul level, I'm sure that's what we're doing. We're reuniting the bonds on a soul level, but friendships that are going to last, and all the things, you know what I mean? So I mean, we are all friends no matter what, regardless, but you know what I mean. Yeah, everything in divine timing, Alexandria. Everything in divine timing, love. But yes, Sedona would be a great one. Yeah. So like, I think, I would like to. So what I'm hoping for is, kind of learning a little bit. I mean, I definitely like Stellar and John, like they definitely were, have like basically vocalize like we're family, like we'll be working together, and so this is the first retreat. Like I said, I just put it out there and I felt it on my heart, and I was kind of like, oh, I don't know, because I wanted to say that to Stellar, like, this is what's weighing on my heart, and I feel really called to do the spiritual retreats, but I know nothing about how to do a spiritual retreat. I was kind of going from that, and I said, I know so many beautiful souls from, my channel would love this. And she was just like, heck yeah, like, let's do it. And I was like, really? Like, okay. But there will be more, and they do them regularly anyway. So even if it's not, where I'm a part of it, they're, it's phenomenal. You could go be with them, and it's still amazing. We'll see what happens, but when I brought this up to them, when I was talking about this retreat, when this ball got rolling, I spoke of Avalon. I said, Avalon, like the codes of Avalon, like yes, the Magdalena, yes, the Rose, but like Avalon, Stellar, like, and she's like, yes, sister, yes. I said, like Glastonbury, like, the UK, like go to Glastonbury and do like, the Avalon retreat. And so we'll see. We have to like go, that would be like in 2026, probably sometime in like the first half somewhere, but we all have to see what's going on and with our lives and schedules and things like that. But that one would be another one. That one, I don't think would be as like long maybe, or as intense as the Magdalene one. But again, I don't know. You know what I mean? So, but that's another one. And then for me personally, what I would like to do is, my goal is to do like how Alexandria said, like I would like to set up a U.S. retreat for us here in the U.S. Excuse me. Because many of you guys over in the UK, it's so much easier for you guys to because it's like a train ride or a little plane ride, and you can just, why am I burping like that all of a sudden? That's crazy. But yes, Sedona. I would actually like, I don't know. Either Mount Shasta or Sedona, and who knows? I mean, I would love to do a retreat in like, like Hawaii or in like the Caribbean. I feel very called to the Caribbean. I would love to do one there. It's inexpensive. It's not cheap. It's not cheap. It's very inexpensive. The like Dominican Republic, the Caribbean, I don't know. I on a soul level, I feel very connected, and then also just like the energies of Lemuria and all that. But yes, Hawaii, but Hawaii, again, that's expensive. But we are infinite creators, and we are abundant, and we are in like all these new timelines. So, you know, the stuff that used to like create fear and lack and like, you know, like what I just said. Did you see that? Did you see that program just pop up and rear its ugly head? Okay, like an old Erica program. I'd love to do Hawaii and plan a retreat for Hawaii, but it's expensive. Immediately, do you see that? Okay. We're transmuting that because we are infinite creators, and that kind of stuff doesn't matter. My point of it all is that it's all in the works, my loves, okay? I feel like this is my 4-year graduation. You know how we do that, right? High school, college, right? Well, Gypsy Cowgirl started in May of 2021. Fast forward, now we're in June 2025. Okay, so I just had my 4-year anniversary, right? This is the 4-year graduation. What does that mean? It means Gypsy Cowgirl isn't going anywhere. It just means the channel energy is evolving, the messages are evolving more. You know, things might shift a little here and there, but she's here to stay, and that will always be how it is. But with my 4-year graduation, now I'm graduating into my second channel, my priestess channel. And who knows where I'll be graduating in another 4 years or 2 years or whatever. But in this 4-year mark, it's a second channel. It's officially launching, you know, a website that is going to help so much. It's doing my first spiritual retreat in France, which is crazy. Okay, this is all the 4-year graduation. So it's like you start this little seed of nothingness and you're scared to death, and all you have is an idea, not an idea, you know, like a call, a pull to start a YouTube channel. That's it. Just start a YouTube channel. That's all that that's it. To bring readings to the collective, to pull cards, to channel, and to offer, you know, 30-minute or 1-hour general readings. And in 4 years, look what it's evolved into. You know, now I offer healing sessions and quantum energetic work and shadow healing sessions one-on-one. And I do passive Akashic readings. Those opened up about 4 months into my channel. But it's all in layers, and I'm sharing this because you might be watching me, or you've been watching me, or maybe it's your first time and you're going like, well, this is something I feel called to do, you know, but I can never do what Erica does. That's what we always find ourselves comparing. I can never do what she does. Oh, I'd love to do what you can. I am just another reflection of you. And that's why I'm sharing this with you, is I started with just that one first call of start your YouTube channel, and, you know, and that's it. And now, 4 years later, I'm literally co-hosting and taking a group to France for initiation and certifications, and, you know, and doing quantum workshops, you know, like channeling workshops, and bringing in groups of souls for healing, and like, you know, like, I know it's cliche, but like, I'm just another reflection of you. So if you see me doing it, you have it within you. Maybe it's different, but I'm not anything special in that regard, you know? I am just a girl, a woman with a big heart, and she's always known that she was meant to help people, and she is very connected to very specific things like Mary Magdalene, Yeshua, the Rose, etc. And you guys are the same. Even if your thing is different, maybe you're like, I'm super connected to ancient Egypt and Isis, and I kind of resonate with Mary Magdalene, but not really, or sometimes. That's cool. Then, you know, but you guys understand what I mean. So, all right, let's go ahead and, okay, so. Mayret, hi, my love. I want to go so bad. I most likely will be recovering from my heart surgery, but still hoping. Oh, well, you know, honestly, Lovey, if you're still recovering from that. You know, it may not be the best idea just in case to go up in the airplane with like the high altitude. I mean, I'm sure if the doctor cleared everything, you're fine, you know, but you definitely want to heal yourself. And trust me, you'll be there with us in spirit. And if you can end up going and it's kind of like working out kind of last minute, and you know, and then we would love to have you. But all in divine timing. All in divine timing. And we're gonna have to connect before your surgery so we can do some prayers and protection and all kinds of stuff. You know, we know that it's all good and everything's gonna be fine, but okay, you know, yeah, I keep calling you Merritt. Merritt's been going through some stuff, and yeah, the doctors, right? What's going on with me? What's going on with me? Why is this happening? Why am I losing my hair? Why is this happening? And doctors, right? They really couldn't figure it out, or they didn't know. Stress, this, that, right? And then boom, what do you know? She goes to another doctor or whatever happened, and then yeah, she has a freaking hole in her heart. How does that get missed? Western medicine. That's my point. That kind of stuff right there. Like, anyways, I'm sure if Mayret explained it, it would be, you know, make more sense, but hey, Bruce, I didn't even see you there. Yeah, the Avalon one I think will be really cool if we can do it, which I don't see why not, but you know, like I said, it's just a matter of everyone aligning and, you know, all that good stuff. Yeah, we you let us know when all that is, Mayret, and we'll do like we'll do collective prayer, we'll do all the things, and then I'll do something for you too. Emily, wherever it is, I'm so there. Me too. You know, and there's also Utah. Utah has got some really beautiful, you know, my mom's like side of the family, like a lot of them live in Utah. So I've been to Utah so many times growing up. Like my Omi and Opa lived there after they came back from Germany. So, you know, and they lived in like, you know, really beautiful neighborhoods and like really, you know, but like Utah is something else, let me tell you. If you've never been, Utah's beautiful energy, minus all the Mormons. I love everyone, you know what I mean? But like, man, oh man, that is some crazy stuff. That is some crazy stuff right there. Okay. So, and they're everywhere in Utah. They're everywhere. But hey, but it's still beautiful, you know, it's just very special place for me personally, and very magical land. I just love our soul family here. Like, you guys are just like so supportive of each other and just so, you know, I don't know. I just love it. All right. Yes, Erica, I'll be with you in spirit. And yes, I was thinking of that too. We'll seek out help out before. Yeah. Yeah. I just want to do that for you. Like, just, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. You just let me know, and we will set up a prayer Zoom for you and all that. That's what it was. You had a stroke. That's what it was. Yes. So she's been having all these issues for like over a year, like bad stuff, and like no doctors, no like this great mystery of merit. And then she has a fucking stroke. And then all of a sudden, oh, there's a hole in her heart. And now she has to wear, what is it? Like a heart monitor, but it's always like, you know, you're cute. It is a cute little heart monitor though. You pull it off very well, I must say. Yeah, you spent thousands and trying to figure out why you felt so bad, but no one ever thought to check your heart. Yeah, which is fucking nuts to me, because literally like, come on. Oh my God, Erica, Calm down. Husa. Wusa. Calm down with the Western medicine anger. Hello, welcome. Hi from Serbia. Hello from California, from the US. Yeah, like that's insane, you know, like this young, beautiful woman. I mean, I know you're like you're just like a few years younger than me, right? I'm 40 and you just had your birthday. But anyway, the point is it's insanity when you're like actively going in trying to figure out like what's wrong. Like it just blows my mind. That happened that happened to someone else that I know. Not like that, but major health scare, major health deterioration. Like it was like face paralysis, all kinds of stuff happening. And guess what it ended up being? Her heart. Just crazy. Yes, Joshua Tree. Yeah. Southern California would be beautiful too, but definitely, I mean, if we're gonna do like a spiritual retreat, we're gonna go somewhere special. Like, I mean, we're either gonna start out in Mount Shasta or we're gonna start out in Sedona. And I want to say Mount Shasta. I would really like to go to Mount Shasta and visit Telos. We're talking about like straight up Lemuria, you know. But we'll see. We'll see what the future holds for us all and where we end up. Yeah, the good old heart monitor. So, hi guys, welcome. Alrighty guys, so anywho my loves, let's call it a day. I need to go take a break and eat something and then try to record this intimate love reading for the DM and DF that I promised like a week ago. I honestly forgot about it, and that's what we were laughing about earlier because Stephanie called me out on it. It was hella funny, and I knew someone would. Because last night when I was recording the message I did last night about like if your world is dark, come walk in mine, the Waylon Jennings song and all that. And I was like, and then I remembered that, and I was like, oh my God. I was like, they're gonna be so mad at me, but I have to get this reading out. And then, you know, but anyways, Stephanie was like, did you ever do the intimate reading? So, but the intimate reading it's gonna be a paid for reading, you know, through a different, you know, site, Gumroad, because I can't, that's the whole point of it. It's intimate, it's, you know, sexual, it's a little erotica, a little tantric and all the things, okay, like that I'm talking about in it, and plus beautiful, and I'm still channeling, and there's still the beautiful like flow, there's still the message, but it's also going to be very sexual centered. So anyways, I can't upload it here on YouTube is my point. So the only way to do it is through there. So I'll record it and then I'll post it here on the community page with the link, and whoever wants it, there you go. So, oh, I have my other water here, but all right, my sweethearts, I love you guys. Thank you, J. Cole. Thank you, my beautiful moderators. And for everyone just helping today. And I almost said hello. And thank you, Baldish. Thank you, everyone. And I'll see you guys tomorrow morning. Okay, so bright-eyed and bushy-tail. Well, for me, bright-eyed and bushy-tail, 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time tomorrow morning. I'll schedule it right now, you know. But, and then as soon as I jump on that live, you guys, I'm jumping right into the healing sessions. Okay? Like no talkie, no reading, no nothing. Just straight going into it. So I was all for it. I was ready. Look at me. I got ready, everything. I was ready for it. But it's always nice just to hang out and talk with my love. So, okay. I love you guys. Thank you for everything. I don't know. I mean, like, I know there's other readers out there, right, that have like super like amazing soul familia on their channel. But I wonder, like, do they have like the bonds that we have? Like, do they go live and have like the conversations and the lifestyle portions of the reading and live stream? Like, do they do what we do? I don't think so. I think we've got a really special group over here. We always have. We always will. So anyways, I love you guys. I love you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Happy solstice. Happy almost no moon. Happy Cancer season. Happy birthday to my beautiful Cancers. I'm like, what else? Like, what else? It's a pop off time right now. So anyways, I love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow morning. All right. Yeah. And Alex, because, you know, Alex, I mean, I have to say, today was clearly your fault. Clearly your fault. You kept me on talking for way longer than I should. I'm just kidding. Of course. But yeah, tomorrow, if you can, it was 1,000% your fault. Okay. So, but yeah, you'll have to keep Erica in alignment tomorrow. Okay. It was Emily's fault too. and Merritt's fault too. She came in right at the end and just totally screwed us up and kept us on longer. So it's all your fault. I was kidding. All right, guys, I love you. I love you. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow morning. All right, and you know, if you can be there, you can be there. If you can't, you can't. Like I said, it's all good. But I will see you guys. Yeah, it was you. You're the problem, Emily, for sure. It's not me. It's not me. That's what I do know. It ain't me. I'm not the problem. Yep, all you guys, all you moderators. But anyways, lovies. Okay, have a good night, good morning, all the thing. And you know what? I love the fact that we're ending this live. Oh, Alex is too fast. I was gonna say, I love the fact that we're ending this live on a comment that says fat butts. Stop it right now. Stop it right now. Oh, that's hilarious. Okay. You know, a lot of those bots, that's the stuff that they say when they come in, they want you to repeat it so you get busted. I swear to God, it's like crazy. So, like, I'm like, okay, like I see you, whatever your name was, Hakeem. Okay, like I like big butts and again, all right. Now I'm delirious. Now you guys know the phases, okay? Like once you start getting delirium, Erica, it's time to go. All right, guys. I'll see you mañana, okay? I love your faces. Have a good night. Don't do anything crazy. Watch out for the triggering and all the craziness out there, okay? And I'll see you tomorrow.